Did I do that right? Right, I got the thing over here, and right, and that works, and you can hear me this time. Let me head over here. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
It's so good to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is May 21st, 2024. We're gonna write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? Things are a little colorful today, don't you think? Don't you think? Chuck with the resub getting us started
Chuck
here,
Beasley
right?
just resubscribed for 21 months.
21 months. Thank you so much. And at the end of the month, I'll donate all of our cheers, all of our subscriptions to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. We raised more than $1,250 so far, so I've colored my beard rainbow. What fortunate timing for day one of Microsoft Build. Keynote for that starts in about 3 hours. Walter
just resubscribed for 51 months.
Hello, Walter. Thank you so much for that sub as well. And another donation to the kids at St. Jude. Much appreciate. Thank you so much. Let me see. So, not that anybody's counting. How you doing there, Luce? Let me say hello to everybody. Happy build day one to you. Cy Gamut. Lanky Scottish Nerd with a resub. Look at this.
Nerd just resubscribed for 7 months. Lurking smile.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I've got, right? It's this way. It's purple, blue. I've got the pink, and then the rose gold here on the end, which actually kind of looks a little bit like my natural color. A little bit. So Loose Carter, Cy Gamma, hello. Jet lag has you wide awake. That's not too bad when you want to be there be at the venue for the first thing in the morning stuff. How you doing there, Dr. Cox? Hey, Frank, good to see you. You got a preview of the Book of News, Luce? That's awesome because they didn't tell us. Like, I've seen some of the slide decks and they haven't told us anything. Like, oh, okay. So, sure. Let's say we said hello to Chuck there. Walter, thank you so much. DJ Deepex, hello. Good to see you. You're doing a watch party to watch the keynote as a team. We're going to watch right here a little bit later. We had a flash redemption yesterday. We met a quick goal of $100 yesterday, so I offered to host and commentate and discuss with chat through the keynote right here on stream. Somebody sent me a link overnight to the build registration page, and there's they want your phone number, the name of the company that you work for. It's not gonna lie, it's a little bit of an overstep. the content that they're asking for. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you, but that's what they're asking for, and doesn't feel quite right. So I'm supposed to go through and register. Hey, look. I'm gonna do this. Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, whatever. I really don't like how the SharePoint and Power App folks have deprecated the use of the pointer cursor. In all of my SharePoint applications, in all of my Power App applications, the pointer cursor is no more. The entire signal of here's some place that you can click because the cursor change is gone. And to me, that's an accessibility thing that you done screwed up. So don't know what to say. And makes it a lot harder to recognize and use applications when you didn't know that this block of text that isn't a different color, that isn't offset, that doesn't have an underline, the mouse doesn't change on, that when you click on it, something happens. Like, did we completely forget everything that we learned over the last 30 years of web development and decide to throw it out the window in the name of, well, this just looks better? Like, come on now. How you doing there, PC nerd? Hello. Someone recommended putting self for company. Don't tell anybody I told you this, but we get a lot of, oh my gosh, what was that? Are you kidding me? Bill! Holy smokes! With a $250 donation for the kids at St. Jude from Bill Walter. Thank you. Thank you so much. Wow. That is awesome. Thank you so much for that donation. That goes directly to the kids at St. Jude. It doesn't touch my hands at all. It goes directly to the family, the staff at St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. I've told you about them before. They've been open since the 1960s. They've been helping kids with cancer, with life-threatening diseases. Every kid should have a chance at life. Starting with Danny Thomas way back in the 60s, saying every kid can walk in these doors. Their family's going to be taken care of. The kids are going to be taken care of at no cost. And it's through donations like this that help. Thank you so much. Make sure as you close out the Tiltify page, there's an option you can click through there. If you have an employee match with your employer, you can click through and it'll give you all the paperwork so that you can process and do that. And your donation to St. Jude can be matched. Way back in the 60s, when they first started seeing kids at the hospital, 20% of those with cancer would survive, would make it through and live a full life. In the 60 years since, they've turned that number around. And 80% of the kids that get help at St. Jude, it doesn't just go into remission, but they're cured. It is awesome. Thank you so much for that support. And since we crossed $1,500 total raised, we reached another milestone. At this milestone, we're going to invite Richard Campbell to join us for a stream, AMA style, and we'll talk tech and have a good time, spending time with him, learning about all the things that are going on, answering your questions, and having a good discussion together about all kinds of fun stuff that's happening around in and around the Microsoft tech world. Thank you so much for that support. Where was I? That was a little distracting. Oh, I was talking about web user interface design. Yeah, gosh, the login capabilities and getting in and around the SharePoint based websites. Well, maybe it's just me and Microsoft Edge is not using the pointer anymore because it sure looks right here in Firefox. I can't register with my Microsoft account. It won't let me. So I'm gonna have to go sneaky and do this with my personal account. So yeah, they want your GitHub handle. They want So not all of these fields are 100% accurate. Dear Lord. They sure have a lot of positions listed here. Really, wow, and they want a country code. Unreal. Yeah, these. I'll give you a little inside baseball. What the heck is CC email address? No. I had a spirited discussion with the marketing team about the registrations for Microsoft Build. I'll probably get in trouble for this, but I don't care. And quite frankly, I said to them, why are you requesting all this information for people to be able to watch online? And oh, well, we need that so that we know who we're reaching. Um, no, this is. I don't care who I'm. I don't need to know all the demographic information about you. I want as many people as possible learning about the stuff that's going on. And when you put this type of requirement on these things, yeah, yeah, it won't let me. It won't let me register with my Microsoft account. That's great. That's great. Yeah. So, nope. So, I, I've I've been quite vocal about this. How I have a different point of view about this, um, and quite frankly, they don't care. That's it. That's all. Nothing more to say about that. But they 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 have marketing goals that they want to meet, that they want to explore, and um, that's what they care about. They are not interested so much in teaching you. They want to tell you the products that are coming, and then they want to talk to you later and eventually get somebody salesy in touch with you to talk about products. So that's their goals. That's the goals of the larger marketing department. That's what they do. There's no two ways about it. That's certainly why companies put on events. So, um, and hey, that's fine. They're investing money to build and run an event, and they want to have something valuable that they can have come out of it. Okay, contact information is what they want. That's not how I run things. So I want to make sure that everybody has an opportunity to learn. So that means deploying and putting video on YouTube, on Twitch, making it very easy for folks to participate on anywhere, anytime, regardless of your situation. So, how you doing there, Manoj, Johnny B. Cat? Yeah, let me see here. Low Viz, hello. Even with Git authentication, Build still wants, yeah, Build still wants all your information. What can I tell you? So, um, thank you so much. My gosh, look, it's really cool to see that on the dashboard, the Tiltify dashboard over there. How you doing there, Chris Jones? Hello. And it's the same people putting ads in the start menu, in Explorer, in other places. My colleagues, my coworkers in my work group have been quite vocal to management that this is unacceptable. So there are discussions about this practice going on. It is a certified rainbow beard moment, right? Absolutely. So let me see. Continuing scrolling through here. The Microsoft Azure hat has a moving black thing. Yeah, because there's a green bit here, and because of the what's it called? Because of the green screen, that green token disappears. Right. If I go to my filters here and I try and back that off, right, get a little bit of the edges popping up for me. So there's a little bit we can do about that. It's a little bit better. So, PC Nerd had an encounter with Microsoft's marketing department over a decade ago. I can't say whether it was a lot of no. You were able to register just now. Yeah, it isn't working for my corporate account. It's rejecting my it's throwing errors and rejecting the I even got a 405 error coming off of that thing. So thank you. Yep. Chroma key is my friend, isn't it? Why the golden cutter wouldn't be nice? So I don't have yellow. I didn't have yellow. The yellow, quite frankly, the yellow over my brown sections of the beard, it didn't appear as yellow. It wasn't quite as good versus having the rose gold looks fun. Hey, Mott's, good to see you. Hello. And of course, I can't do green because green screen. So I had orange. The kids took all the orange. And this was the last of my pink, too. That's why the pink is so small. The kids used a lot of the pink here, I tell you. I did have a slate blue that I could have used also. And I probably should have used more purple, but hey. That's how it goes today. Let me get some music playing in the background here. I want to do the EDM playlist today. No. I want to do the rock playlist today. Where the heck is it? Stream Beats rock playlist. It's a shorter playlist. It's only half an hour, but I do like the rock playlist. Let's get started with that. This is called Machine to get us started. So, yeah, this is Stream Beats by Harris Heller. This is music that is royalty-free, DMCA-free. You can use it anywhere you'd like. And Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, doesn't matter. Listen to it, have a good time. It's all free for you to use. Thank you so much to Harris Heller and his team of creators for putting this music together we're listening to today. Yeah, I even got a 301 permanent redirect on one of the pages, Frank, that I tried to go to. None of the links worked for me in Edge with my corporate login. So, what can I say? I'm logged in as an outsider. And it won't let me list my Microsoft account either, or register as a Microsoft employee. So, to heck with it. Like, fine. Johnny B. Cat says, my beard last time I had it went from dark brown to red, then gray. At milestone $2,000, I make the beard completely green. No, but I will tell you, at $2,000, when this hits $2,000, I will do a Meet the Fritz Horses stream. So we've joked about horses. I've joked about how I do keep horses here on stream, and as the horses joined the family over the last almost 7 years of streaming, I've joked about how fun and strange it is that I have horses. I don't ride horses. The wife and daughters ride horses. But see, you can hear them. They're right out back. They're not right out back. They're at a barn down the street. It doesn't know this, Hat Surly. So we'll do if you love animals, if you like seeing the animals, you want to learn more about horses. I have 3 horses that at $2,000 we will get a chance to meet those horses. It'll probably be a recorded video that we watch on stream, but we'll get to meet them, learn about them. And at $2,500, if we reach $2,500 here before the end of the month, Scott Hanselman will join us for a stream. So Carl Franklin has already said he wants to join us next week. I'll line up Richard Campbell now that we've hit $1,500, and we will set up for Scott Hanselman should we reach further. Now, if we go past $2,500, I've got a few other folks that we could invite to join us for a stream to talk tech and answer your questions. None of their agenda. The agenda is yours to control. So all we have to do is donate money to the kids. There's all kinds of options out there to troll me. If you have a business and you want to get a little bit of consulting, you want me to do a presentation just to your company, there is a higher donation out there. If you donate $1,000, you can have me review, take a look at a product, give you feedback, or give presentations to your company. So you can also, for a larger donation out there, you can have me host a live stream for you as well. All options out there. It's a donation to St. Jude. It's all tax deductible for your organization, for your business, and I will help you out in exchange for your kind donation to St. Jude as part of this fundraiser. Blackstone says, the thing I hate the most on the registration form is when it requires my phone number and my location. True. Those are where it feels like it's overstepping a little bit. Like, you already have this information because I have an Azure account. Weird Beard Dev dyed their beard purple. It eventually turns pinkish, and then you dye it again. So here's the deal. At the end of the day, I'll wash this out, but not before I have a chance to mug for some pictures with Mrs. C Sharp Fritz, who's out at work, and it's her birthday today. So, is it Mafole? Saw Rainbow Beard on stream description and had to see it with your own two peepers. What do you think? Not bad, eh? Any chance we can get Damian Edwards on? Yes. But we need to raise the donations here. So, yes. So, we can definitely push it out there. I had an idea for, and I didn't ask them about it, but I had an idea to invite either Damien or David Fowler or Steve Sanderson or Dan Roth to do a code review of TagZap with us on stream. That would be fun. And I did not extend the offer to them at all. I did not bring it up, but that was an option that I had raised at one point. Will there be cake? Oh yeah, there'll be cake. Phone okay, but there is no need. But location, I think it's phone. The phone as part of the registration, I think, is over the top. Location, just share location in the browser and grab it within within a geographical area, right? Down to the town. You don't need to see my street information, but down to the town or even down to the region, right? So, okay, you're in Pennsylvania. You're in mid-Atlantic states. Fine. So, would be great, would be cool, would be nice. Okay. Hey, Warm Peas, hello. Phone should be, not just optional, should not be required. Sorry, I am not giving you my phone number so that I can see a free event. That's over the top. Give me an option to share my Azure credential, my Azure account with you, and if my phone number is over there, I've granted you access to it if you really want to see it. These are the ethical and privacy decisions and discussions that an organization must have before they decide what information should we collect. Because after they collect this information, there are GDPR rules that go into effect. You can only keep it for so many days. You're only allowed to contact so many times. I had quite a passionate discussion with somebody in marketing leadership a few months ago about this, and I told them that I patently disagree, and it sounds like a number of you do as well. So that's just fine. And quite frankly, I'll say it because I'll throw them under the bus. Because we didn't collect contact information, they saw, even though we doubled the viewership of .NET Conf this year, even though we had more viewers than Microsoft Ignite, they counted it as 0 because they didn't know anybody who clicked through and watched. So, take that as you will. And know that that is where they see value in events. That's not where I see value. I see value in educating you, getting you interested, excited, and experienced with products, with features, with technology. I want you to be happy about these things. I want you to see these things and go, holy crow, Fritz and the team really have something cool here. We got to check this out. That's where I see the value. And if you can't do that, you've built a crap event. Period. So, I've spent a lot of time over the last 6 months reading, studying, watching other virtual events, watching other developers write code. Hey, Johnny
Johnny
B. Cat.
Cat just resubscribed for 15 months.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for all the hard work.
Appreciate it, Johnny. Thank you so much for joining us. And at the end of the month, I'll make another donation to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Dun, dun, dun. So, I've spent a lot of time studying, reading, watching, seeing how other folks run virtual events, online events. You're going to see some of the impact of that when we get into .NET Conf. Oh yeah, they counted as 0. Consequently, they're cutting my budget again this year. Again. That's fine. That's fine. Quite frankly, I could run, and I have run, .NET Conf on a 0 budget before. And outdrawn some of their events. Bring it. Bring it. I will make you look like crap. So, Azure doesn't accept your registered domain. Didn't the DNS entry at IST isn't accepted? Azure. I take that to be an Azure. Yep, the right to be forgotten stuff. Yep. Mm-hmm. Dylan Devex, you'd like to get more out of the community events lately, but then I feel like I get more out of the community events lately than the big corporate events. Only exception to that has been NDC. I hear you. I absolutely hear you. And that's why I for the events that I run, for the events that I plan, I'm doing something about that. Counts as 0, that's not cool. Yeah. And quite frankly, the people that think that know that I feel that they're a jackass. That they don't see and understand how to appreciate and work with customers. They're a bully that nobody likes. So why would people listen and work with them? Hey, McNats, you like it? You like the color? So, need to pull their head out of a dark place. Absolutely. Think educating and making people aware is far more useful and more people adopting your tech. Yes. Do you have the goods? Does your product do what you say it does? Then let the product stand on its own. Here's the thing, and I know you in the chat room know this, because I talk the talk and I walk the walk. It's one thing to tell tech folks, hey, look at how great this thing is. I'm going to show you, and then I'm going to put it in your hands and give you the code, give you the experience, give you the website and say, hey, check this out. You're interested in this. Here's all the sample code. Here's the documentation. Here's the live version of the site. Check it out because I'm excited about this and I think you will be too. Show, don't tell. And there are people that I work with who don't understand that. That's fine. That's fine. Listen to the feedback. And I want you to listen to the feedback out there. Let's see what people say later today when the press writes up what they thought of today's keynote. Show, don't tell, and read what the press says. Because I've read what the press says every year. And you know, as soon as the stream is over, there will be a summary from a handful of folks in the usual places. Let me see here. Eric says, I'm reminding you of Captain Malcolm Mal Reynolds on Firefly. Am I aiming to misbehave? Oh. Oh, yes. How you doing there, Roger? Johan, hello, hello. I know that maybe in a casual problem to companies, all the time marketing works against the developers. You're not wrong. So. All right. How do I want to start this? Let's go. So we finished a lot of the work for the aspirify.net website yesterday. And the website's kind of in a holding pattern for new content, waiting for. There's blog posts, announcement blog posts that'll go out today from the .net team talking about .net Aspire, talking about some of the other things that are going live. That's going out later today, and when those articles hit, we'll get those added to the aspirify.net website. Of course, this is a website that I've been building on stream in a source opened fashion. You can see the source code. I'm not making it available. However, what we learn as we build this website is going into the demo series that I'm teaching on the Visual Studio channel called the Big Bad Blog. Everything that we learn over here, we're reusing and pushing into there in a consolidated, focused manner so that you've got some great prose written around code samples that are very focused on each of the lessons that we've been learning as we've been building this website. So it also helps give me a little bit of confidence before I go in and start teaching on those sessions. You know what I mean? So is Frank still here? So I've been building that demo. It's a unique demo that quite frankly, I don't think the .NET team is going to take, but is available out there for you to learn from and hopefully enjoy. PC Nerd says, I just finished putting together my schedule for build. I think the thing I'm most looking forward to is the session for running .NET on a Nintendo. Yeah. Yep. On a Nintendo Entertainment System. That is very unique, isn't it? So I've a couple of folks from that project have spoken at Build in the past. It's been a couple years, but it's cool to hear that they're talking about that. So, but it's definitely a fun session, but it's just a quick one. It's not a full hour like the others. Tomorrow, the first of the .NET Aspire sessions is scheduled for tomorrow. So I hope you tune in for that. All right. I think... Let me get the portal, the Azure portal open here. We're going to dive in. We're going to start talking about... The beard looks good. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate Mamet. How you doing? I hope you're having a great day. Let's get the Azure portal opened up here. I want to show you the steps I've gone through to get ready for deploying the aspirify.net website. And we'll see if we can get this thing updated, running this morning. I'm trending on GitHub. What? What are you talking about? Trending on GitHub? I didn't know GitHub had a trending thing. What? Why would I be trending? Kidding? Hang on, head over here. Let's head over to the code. Theng Chung, I'm not familiar with them. With the awesome.net core libraries. Okay, sure. Elon Lipton, Maui Hybrid, WebView. Okay, Christian, Alberto, I don't know Christian, MQTT Multimeter. Oh, cool. That's cool. Live charts too, simple, flexible, and interactive and powerful charts. Cool. Jeffrey Sue, don't know them. I can't read that. I'm sorry. Aris with Unity Gaussian splatting visualization. Neat. Okay. Dan Roth, HTML, Razor HTML rendering. Mukesh, microservice web something. Okay. I thought you said I was on this list somewhere. Oh, look. Wow, the Big Bad Blog is a popular repo. Really? With 8 stars. If that's all it takes to be a popular repo. I don't know. 3,500 followers. I'm following 5 people. Okay. All right. Hey, wow! Look at that. That's a thing. We need the sad trombone. Can I help you with that? Right. Trendy beard, trendy coat. No. So, all right. I mean, cool. I'm on the list. Like 613 stars. Why is mine on there? I have no right being on this list. No. Gosh. I appreciate it, but I am nothing compared to folks on the rest of that list. Maybe it's traffic. I don't know. You think it's the beard? Dylan might be traffic based on. I don't know. It's not the number of folks, right? The number of folks following that repository was right. 2 people watching, 8 stars. Like, if people are clicking through to this, they're not clicking this. So, whatever. I'll stand by it. I'm not worthy to be on that list. I am. Yeah. So, hey, C# Titan. Hello. So, Aspirify.net is out here on these running inside this container app. It's sitting inside of a container app environment. There's a log analytics stack that's wired up to it. There's there's even containers sitting in a registry over here somewhere. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. You named my registry a crap 3BF. That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Microsoft Azure. Hey, where'd you put your images? Oh, they're in a crap. Thank you. Thank you. But here's the thing, right? It's been publishing and like, how do I get rid of these older ones out here? How do I get rid, like, there's things like this that I've been seeing more and more as I go through and build with the .NET Aspire process, and I'd like a little bit of a cleanup capability here. I appreciate keeping a certain number of these so that I can roll back. I do. That's very nice to be able to click through and roll back. But you know what? This was last published 2 weeks ago. and this is the current version that's out there. Like, I'd like to have a script or something that I could run that goes out here and says, you know what? We're not using these images anymore. Let's go clean them up. Let's go clean them up. I mean, don't get me wrong. I get 10 gigabytes of this storage for free. So I'm not hurting for space. But it feels like I'm looking at a kid's unmade bed. Like, go clean that up. You know? I can cache some public artifacts locally. That's sure, whatever. Fine. So, but we're going to update, and actually we're going to move away from the web, and we're going to move away from output cache as a container, because I have another container out there that we can use. Yeah, 10 gig. That's like one log file. That's a crappy sight to see. Code that's gone to the crapper. Thank you, Johnny. So Aspirify.net is sitting out there. It's doing its thing, and this is built with .NET Aspire, with Blazor. We've had a good time building and adding features to this, and we're about to roll out authentication and authorization capabilities here. It's yeah. What are you logging with 10 gig, man? So I'm pretty happy with how this has been growing and how it's been received. Yeah. Certainly the traffic is not massive. I expect the traffic's going to pick up a little bit after today. Not going to lie. So I do have Google Analytics on the page so that I can see where folks are coming in from, how it's being used, what pages are popular, that kind of thing. At some point, I'm going to put counters, my own counters on the click-throughs to these various articles so that I can generate a what's popular this week section of the website beyond just, hey, here's the latest stuff, here's what's popular, right? Maybe the initial template had a carousel here. So what I might do is, outside of the 6 articles that are up top here, generate a list of here's the popular, the most popular, 10 most popular other articles this week, and have them scroll by in a little carousel here. Don't know, but I do want to count those, start getting counting on that, so that I can do a little bit of promotion of some of the popular things. The more you use .NET Aspire, the more you want to use it. There's so much that I want to do with Aspire, that I want to move forward with Aspire, that I want to customize and use it for. Yes. And we ran into this discussion yesterday. Folks were saying, oh, I don't want to use Aspire because it seems too magical. Wait a sec. All the source code is available out there if you want to see how it works. But, like, at some point, you got to take advantage of the fact that, hey, tools work. Oh, I don't know if I want to use Kubernetes. It seems too magical. Really? Do you say that the same way that you say, I don't want to use .NET Aspire because it seems too magical? Come on. DJ Deepex asks, what would I suggest for a real short-term caching? In-memory DB, or should I connect my Redis in Aspire? How much caching are you doing? If you're going to start getting into megabytes of caching, put it in Redis. If you are in the 100 to 500 kilobytes of data that you're caching, cache it in memory. Use a dictionary, use in-memory cache, you'll be just fine. When you start getting between 500K and a megabyte and larger, use Redis. It takes literally milliseconds, single-digit milliseconds to get that data out of Redis, and in the case of a website, display it. Like, it's going to take longer going across the network than it is getting it out of Redis. 3 to 5 mega, put it in Redis. Put it in Redis. You'll thank me for it. Absolutely, that's where I would put it. So, it's fast. It's really good at getting that data for you. So the website's out here, and I also want to make sure I call out down here in the footer. Check out the footer. I've gone to a little bit of a length here to make sure that I report which version of .NET this is and which version of Aspire this is, because I want to make sure that you know that this is a .NET and Aspire run website. So really great stuff that we've put out here. We're going to continue to grow and move and do some fun stuff with, and watch it advance. So there we go. I see a couple people popping in to Aspirify.net. Somebody did a search on DuckDuckGo for it. All right. Hey, that's cool. That's fine by me. So, all right. Moving on. So I want to get ready and I want to deploy an update for this. The way to deploy .NET Aspire content to Azure is to use AZD. And I have it installed as an admin here. That's still not what I wanted to do. Hang on. I want to run the terminal as an admin. Right click on Windows Terminal, run as admin. Yes, I know. I'm being evil in running it as an admin. So I should have, there's my administrator one. So let's do a winget update on AZD, because I know there was an update. Really? Okay. I got the latest one. Fantastic. Put it in Redis. Yeah, there you go. Is this bad for security reasons? Is what bad? Listing the versions? If I wasn't keeping up with dependencies? Perhaps. Perhaps. Like, where is it? There's code security and analysis. Let's make sure. Turn on Dependabot. Sure, that's fine. Go ahead, do all that. Security updates, yes, please. Allow Dependabot to open pull requests automatically to keep your dependencies up to date when new versions are available. Sure. To get started with Dependabot version updates, you need to specify which package ecosystem to update. I'm not going to do that right now because I don't want to spend time going and looking that up, and I don't know how. Rules enabled. Let's go enable some rules. Dismiss low impact alerts for development scope dependencies. That's the only thing. Whatever. This is the big one that I want, is the Dependabot security updates. So that when there are updates, I get a pull request that says, hey, go update it. But here's the one we're about to roll out. What did you do, Boom Boom? I see the clip there. So I don't think it's bad, because I can get Dependabot telling me, here's the update, go run it. No, don't crop the portrait. Hang on. Stop. Rewind. Turn that John up. How much caching are you doing? How much? If you're going to start getting into megabytes of caching, put it in Redis. If you are in the 100... Yeah, we already saw that. Thank you. I appreciate the clip. There it goes. The versions of the footer. Yeah, my opinion is, since Dependabot will give me those security updates and give me an alert, I'll be able to push those security updates immediately because I'm wiring up continuous deployment with this application. So if there is an alert that comes through, push the button and automatically gets updated. DJ Deepak says, on behalf of Azure, I definitely need a closer information on what a MAU in identity really means. Monthly active user. Surly Dev. Sure, I'll let that count. Can you specify the search terms that people use to fire a Spirify net? I don't know what you mean. Frank asks, says, not enough developers know about AZD. You should do a template. A template? What do you mean a template? There is a template for Aspire. I'll show you in just a second. Does anyone know if we can hook into GitHub Copilot chat programmatically? I don't know. Can you see the search terms that people use to find Aspirify? Yes, actually. I can, because I have the Google dashboard, search dashboard. I don't mind bringing that up, and I can certainly share that. So here is the search report from Google Search Console for Aspirify.net. And you can see that 60 total search clicks on Google. They've indexed 70 pages. And it's weird. It's trying to index pages on the HTTP. I redirect to HTTPS. So it turns things off. Good experience on the connections and returning there. I'm not going to go into that. But the search performance, right, we're picking up here. We're picking up 6% click-through rate. Not bad. Aspirify, Aspirify.net. Folks are clicking through. .NET Aspire Preview 7. Folks finally on that. .NET Aspire samples. I don't know how they're picking up my name and coming here. But folks are searching for Jeff Fritz, and they're finding Aspirify.net. So what are some of the weirder things? Aspire Redis, and they're finding Aspire Dapper, .NET Aspire Tutorial. I'm okay with that. Like nothing weird in here. It's interesting that my name is coming up. Fritz the Dev. What is Exchange ECP? Why is that coming to me? Olama. Okay. .NET Aspire Tutorial, YouTube videos, Microsoft Garnet. So that's now on the website. So, like, all right. Some of these make sense. Fritz in Python. Why is that coming to me? So, it's coming through. Folks are finding it. Folks are getting there. So, those are some of the weird terms folks are searching for. AZD init. Let me do an AZD init on another template here. As part of the Big Bad blog series, we will be using AZD to deploy later. So, and then it will show up here. Awesome, AZD. Template library. Huh? What? Hang on. Oh, no, I know what that is. Why would it show up there? Nothing weird there yet. So, hey, there we go. A couple more folks over on the Aspirify website. Thank you. Right. Taking advantage of the real-time reporting there to see folks dialing in. Thank you so much. Right, I'll bring over the map. There you go. So somebody in, oh my goodness, somebody in Melbourne, a couple folks in the States, somebody out in Europe. Very nice. Thank you so much. Appreciate you tuning in, checking out the website. That about link continues to get a lot of traffic. That's interesting to me. Always interesting to see how much traffic the About link gets. But there we go. That's where folks are watching right now. I'll pin this up here so we can come back to it later. So somewhere in Europe, I purposely wasn't sure if it was Germany, if it's Belgium up there. Nope, Netherlands. Somebody in the Netherlands. There you go. It was zoomed out too far for me to be able to make out exactly where. But, yep, Netherlands just outside Amsterdam. So, and there is somebody out there in Melbourne. So, like, I guess I need to have it like that a little bit. So, this isn't me begging for clicks, okay? So, and it won't count your location if you have a pop-up blocker on there and decline the cookies and some of the interaction. So, everybody's on their desktop. That's okay. That's cool. All right, moving on. So, I want to set up and get deployed over here. Refresh the page if you're trying to get it. But, yep, folks in the UK. So, 9 people on it, but I clearly don't have nine spots here, right? Like, and that's fine. I don't need to know your exact location at all. It's more, I'm looking at regions and where folks are using it, and perhaps even language, so that I know what translations to roll out at some point. So, that's a new one on me, right? I'm English in using this. Can you give me the English names for some of these? So, as an English speaking person, like, help me out here. So, very cool. Thank you for checking out the website. Hey, Carlos. All right. So we're getting ready to deploy over here. So there's 3 commands that you execute. Not even 3. 2 commands that you execute if you want to deploy an Aspire website. However, I've got a little bit of change that I need. Crimea is where that was? Thank you. Before, I need a little bit of a change before I can use the default AZD templates that generate here. Why? Because they don't include domain names. And if you don't include the domain names in your AZD scripts, it will remove your domain name. So, while it's a really good tool, and the team has heard this feedback from me, and I'm sharing it with you so that you know, because if you don't make these adjustments, it will break you. And you will be unhappy, and you will call me on Discord, on Twitter. I'm not calling it X. On Twitch, on YouTube. Fritz, you told me to use these tools and they'd be great, but it broke my website. AZD generates bicep, and the bicep that it generates does not have the ingress domain name on it, and it will remove your domain name on every service. On every service that you deploy to, if you do not hand code in the domain name, it will remove it. They know this is a significant issue. Significant. So let me get my gunners on here. There we go. Wearing the Marin glasses today. Aspire shows 804 and my console is 803. Is Azure ahead of the release? I have the 80300 preview. That's so. This is. I'm glad you asked that question, DJ Deepex. So this is the .NET framework version, right? .NET 8.04 is the version of the runtime, and I have 802 installed here. Okay, so clearly I need to update. But the 80300 is the version of the SDK. So there's different versions for these things, and quite frankly, it's just the major minor version that need to line up. So, but the CI/CD grabbed the latest version of the framework. That's all, and I just haven't installed. Like, I could do that, right? I could go pull the latest. This is going to download 805, actually. Sure. Might as well do it while we're here. So, we'll download and install ABCD. What the heck is that? And I can update the version that I have here locally. Broken site, that's great for job security. Hey, live coding. You try out all kinds of abstractions, automations for your ops board, and I strictly try things out in dev before any change. Totally. Makes perfect sense. Found so many problems, thankfully mostly in dev. Yes. And quite frankly, that's some of the reasons why I'm building Aspirify on stream here. I was building it on the side, and I was finding things and wanted to share them with you and also with the team, because I found that I was also putting a lot of stuff in video for them as well. Azure always uses the latest runtime. The CD, the continuous deployment, will always use the latest runtime. So. And there is a sliding window of runtimes. It won't necessarily use the latest runtime, because I've specified 8.0 and latest patch. It will apply the latest patch. So that's something that you just kind of get for free. Is it Atalo Rayon? Hello. You're starting to study Blazor last week. Really enjoying it. That's great. Glad you're enjoying it. Let me know if you have any questions. Happy to help out there. We're going to be doing some Blazor authoring here in just a little bit. But first, we're going to do some deployment. Let's open a new tab. Still 80300. I'm going to run .NET Info. 80300 is my SDK. ASP.NET Core is 805. So I have the 6027, 6030. I've got a couple of the release candidates for 7, 7016, but 802 and 805. And I can go through and clean these up at some point later, but they're all there for us to use. No problem, DJ Deepex. Happy to answer those types of questions and clear things up. So I started an Aspire starter app over here because I wanted to take a look at some of the code that AZD generates. And let me look at this in VS Code here, because I want to... What? I want to take a look at some of this. So I took the contents of the Aspirify.net website's app host program file. So instead of having to write YAML to define how our application system is configured, I can do it in code. Add Redis, publish this as a connection string. Add a Postgres server called DB server. Publish it as an Azure Postgres flexible server. And we're going to define a database on that server, and we're going to set up an API service. Our web front end knows about the Redis cache, it knows about the database, and it knows about the API service. We're passing that connection information into it. Let's actually start this over. Let's do this from scratch. And then we'll back up and apply this to Aspirify. So I want to show you what it does here. So my website's out there, all the stuff. This is literally the .NET Aspire file new project, and all I've done is add Redis and a DB server in this file, okay? In order for me to do that, I had to add a couple of packages. Piece of cake. No problem, we can do that. Holy crow. I'm waiting for approval. There's something that just happened, not .NET related, that I'm asking if I can share on stream. No, I'm just going to do it. I just received notification that Microsoft just re-upped its sponsorship of the Linux Foundation. Very cool. Very cool to hear that. So yeah, Microsoft sponsoring the Linux Foundation is phenomenal. Phenomenal? Clip that. It's a phenomenal thing to see, to hear, and I don't think enough folks appreciate that when you're using Linux, a chunk of the people working on that were paid by Microsoft. You thought data bind directives in Blazor were really cool. Yes, I'm glad you like that. That's something that I think Microsoft developers, not just .NET developers, but people who build apps that work in the Microsoft ecosystem really enjoy. There's an example in the Blazor documentation addressing data bind with the @onChange directive, which I can't get to work. Have no idea what's wrong. Drop me a line on the Discord with some of your sample code, and we can take a look at this. This is Aspire out of band? Yes, it is. So, Fish Cop! It's over there.
F1CHK0PP just resubscribed for 7 months. Ahoy, everyone.
Hello. Thank you so much. 7 months with us, and I'll make another donation to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Thank you so much. Is this Aspire project going to be used in a video series? The learnings from it are. Yes, that's the big bad blog. So, right? If you go to github.com /Fritz big bad blog. The what we're learning as we're building Aspirify is going into this. So while we're learning and figuring out something together here today, you're kind of seeing behind the curtains of what will be a lesson at some point in the future in this series. Okay? So think of it as me rehearsing, but with a live audience and pair programming with you. So this source code that I'm working on today is not available. However, a polished version of it will be available in this repository. And we'll see if folks pick up and want to use it as a workshop, as another series in the future. Just the first episode, right? And I wrote a little bit of a backstory to kind of set the set the stage for this. How this got started. Our friend Arthur the author wrote a simple blog engine with C# and ASP.NET Core Razor pages so that, oh, see, I gotta edit this. That he was using to edit that. This is what I get for dictating and not going back and double checking. That he was using to write some notes and publish with the Bootstrap CSS framework. This resulted in a simple blog engine that looked okay for him and his friends to reference. It did the job. No. Let's shorten that. He could post new messages using markdown files that he wrote into the posts folder, and the engine would automatically discover, index, and present that content. Arthur started to enjoy writing and wanted to do more. He wanted to share his blog with his friends Annie, Chris, and Tyler. He hoped they would start writing on his blog, but it was getting a little more complicated. But the engine was getting a little more complicated. He wanted to add security controls, thumbnail management, comments, and so much more. This workshop is our walkthrough of helping Arthur to take his simple blog engine and lift it up using .NET Aspire, .NET 8, GitHub, and Azure to make it into a publishing platform that he and his friends could use to share their stories with the internet. So, I like kind of setting the table and telling you why this is happening so that it becomes relatable. So, have I seen the new programming language called Bend? It auto-parallelizes. No, I have not seen that. Let me see here. Avoca Joe. Let's hope they decide to build MS Office for Linux. Why? It works in a web browser. It works in a web browser, so it works everywhere. You can even get to Excel on your TV. Absolutely, winter coding. You can always drop there. In which channel can you post your code? You're working. Look, there's a Blazor discussion forum, a Talarion. Start a question in there, and share the little bit of code that you want to take a look at. So, Avoca Joe with the comment about deciding to build MS Office for Linux. It works in the browser, man. So, like, just open it up in Chrome on your Linux machine and you're off and running. Like, love that flexibility. I love that flexibility. Oh, DJ Deepex, you're a little bit further on in the German than I recognize. And thank you. Yeah, you're right. Winter coding. Phenomenal. Thank you, Surly Dip. Thank you. Let me see here. ChatGPT didn't like that it uses the nightly build of Rust, though. Okay. You're facing an error response from something on-prem. The error page is made using Word 15. Oh my gosh. Excellent. So this is Bend. Massively parallel high-level programming language. A parallel language. Okay. Parallel runtime. Look at that GPU running. Okay. Interesting. It's a built on Rust. Okay. All right. I'll have to take a look more later. Thank you for sharing. Put that to the side. Get that pin so we can look at it. Run Microsoft Office on your smart fridge. You could. Corrupted your Word doc. I could no longer open it. You were using the online version? I need to hear more about that. You have a mobile app in mind. Check my order where my app grabs my Walmart order, checks off what I received and did not, and make note of the damage. .NET Maui. You didn't understand? Stand by. So over here in the Discord, down here there's a Q&A series of forums. Click into the Blazor one and start a new post, a new thread. And that way the discussion about your topic is isolated and in one place, and folks can't interrupt and jump off onto another topic. Okay? So click into Blazor and then click new post and jump right in there. Okay? Let me see here. Yeah, you shouldn't have to do that with the word. You welcome Fickkopf in German. Ah, there. Okay. Uses merged CPU and GPU threads. How does Microsoft use Aspire in their own projects? Aspire's brand new. Aspire goes RTM today. There are other web applications, web projects at Microsoft that use Aspire. I don't know which ones we're allowed to talk about. I'll leave that to Damien and David to talk about. But it's literally just starting, and every project team at Microsoft is allowed to use whatever technologies they want to build and run their projects. But there are a not insignificant number of project teams at Microsoft that are using Aspire and giving feedback. Yeah, there you go, Italarion. Glad to hear it. You tried refreshing and using a different browser. It didn't help. Oh, that's weird. No, I don't work on the Office products. I wouldn't know where to point you to next. But in my experience, the online apps work as good as the native applications on Windows and Mac. In my experience, I haven't run into the feature issue that you're describing. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist, but I'm saying I haven't seen that yet. So, all right. So I was I was setting up. So here's the Aspire starter. I wanted to talk through, and Frank was actually made a very good point here. Why don't we just show what AZD init does? Remove the next steps also. Okay. So AZD is your Azure Developer command line tool. And this is going to be a lesson in the Big Bad blog series. Not next time, but probably a step or two down from there. All you do is you start with AZD init and tell it either here's a template to go start building from, or I've already got code written. Go analyze that and figure out how we should deploy this. So it's going to scan the current directory and it's going to come back and recommend a template. Oh, here's how I think we should deploy. There it goes. Hey, it found out that it was .NET Aspire. Detected in this folder, it found an app host. So I'm going to generate all the files necessary to host your app using Azure Container Apps. Fantastic. Let me split the screen there so that it doesn't run into the QR code down here in the corner or my noggin over on this side, my head, mein Kopf. So yes, confirm and continue initializing the app. Go ahead and do that. It wants a name for this environment, not a resource group per se, but a name for the environment it's going to build. So I'm going to call this Fritz Aspire Starter. Now, it didn't do anything with Azure. at this point. Nothing. Du meine Güte, you love when I speak German. All right. It generated an Azure YAML file and a next steps markdown. Let me show you. So Azure YAML is down here, and here's the name of the solution that it's going to work with, the language. Here's the entry point, and we want to generate a container app. Boom. It's nice that Microsoft supports Linux directly. Yeah. I mean, you can install Microsoft Edge and a bunch of the Azure tools, UI tools, on Linux, VS Code, and more of that stuff. So, yeah, Frank, you can do that. Yeah. Sad that it doesn't say language.net. Don't know why they wrote .net instead of that. The only thing I can think is maybe because it's the command line, the name of the command line. It also generated and put down information about the environment that it's going to generate over here so that it knows where to place these things, but these should be ignored and not get committed into GitHub. Posted your problem? Cool, we'll take a look at that. Maybe a regex problem? Could be. Am I doing any sessions? Any sessions what? But down here, right, Azure YAML is that information, and then it gives me a series of next steps. Now that you've done this, here's what you can do next. So you can run azd up to provision the infrastructure and deploy to Azure in one step, right? Show it to me in the nice markdown format thing. Like, do the thing, right? No, in fact, move this over here. That's better. So it runs provision and then deploy. So provision and deploy, 2 steps. Provision, hey, go allocate these Azure resources for me. Deploy, take my application and actually put it on those resources out there on Azure. And then you can configure your CI/CD pipeline. There's instructions here for how to deploy with a GitHub action, and everybody should end up with pretty much the same GitHub action that sets up branches, permissions for reading the contents, writing an ID token, setting up all the stuff to get into Azure. It's going to check out your content. It's going to install AZD. It's going to log into Azure, provision the architecture, and then AZD knows how to build and deploy, and it's going to do a deploy. This is pretty much the exact same script that everybody's going to run. You can turn around and make this script dependent on some sort of test that you may want to run. So, but that's pretty much the default. And it talks about some of these other things out here. Now, what I need to do, and where the rubber starts to meet the road here, is I need to run AZD infrasynth. Because the initial templates and things that it generates, that it's going to, when you run AZD up, it actually generates the templates on the fly, the bicep templates. It analyzes the project and pushes them up all at the same time. I need more than that. That's not how you spell clear. There we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run, I'm not going to do it here because you're not going to be able to see it. I need to run AZD infrasynth. So what this is doing is it's saying, I need infrastructure scripts that you're going to provision, synthesize them for me right now, right here. This is not a re-entrant process. Once you do this, you have an instance of the scripts run locally. It overwrites your scripts. So if you customize them, it will overwrite and you will lose your customizations and you will need to copy them back in. So, let's go back over here. So it's generated a couple of scripts out here for, here's my resources that it's generating using Bicep that we're going to deploy out to Azure. Full disclosure, I hate bicep. I really don't like this deployment language. They literally invented a language that is over top of YAML and JSON for the sake of defining how to deploy these things instead of just generate PowerShell scripts, man. Like, we have PowerShell everywhere. Why'd you invent another language? They decided to invent another language. But what you can see in here is it's going to deploy a managed identity. It's going to deploy, and it's specifying it's going to allocate some tags to things. It's going to deploy a container registry. It's going to assign a service principal to an ID it's going to create. It's going to create some Operation Insights workspaces so we can log and track information. There's the log analytics environment it's going to work in. I wasn't expecting that one. It's going to deploy the dashboard? Did they just add that? Role assignments. There's key vault so that all your secrets get stored someplace secure. Role assignments, and then here's some of the variables that it's going to collect and output. But what it's going to do, it's going to generate a password for that database server. It's going to generate a username. And there's the resource group it's going to allocate. Here's the database server it's going to allocate. There, it's going to set the username it generated, the password it generated, and it's going to put them into Key Vault so that you don't need them. When you need them, you get them out of Key Vault. Okay? The database server is configured here. Here's the connection string it's going to put into Key Vault. Pretty cool. It's going to generate a Postgres flexible server. It's going to allow all Azure IPs. And here it is. It's going to generate a standard basic 1 burstable tier, so nice and small. Okay. 32 gig of storage, 7 days of backup. This is all generated for you, right? I didn't write any of this. Finally, up here under app host, here's the web front end. All the information about how it's going to generate that web container. And you can see it's grabbing the connection string to Redis, right? And I had told it, publish as connection string. It's going to grab that connection string out of Key Vault. This is the important piece that I'm kind of missing here. It doesn't know this hat. I know I don't have this hat logged. Let me catch up here with chat now that I've gone over this. The API service is the exact same thing, but for a little API service out there. It doesn't know about the database and the Redis connection. Let me see. You don't use Edge like a lot of people? Try it. Edge has the same rendering as Chrome, but it doesn't send all your stuff to Google. Try it. Trust me. Let me see here. Frank sharing, thank you. There's 2 episodes about AZD on Open at Microsoft. Frank produces and makes those videos. Check them out. There's some really good stuff in there. Let me see here. People mentioned Visual Studio is slow compared to Rider. Visual Studio is also backwards compatible to features from 1998. So, would I recommend Rider? I don't recommend Rider because I work on the Visual Studio team. So, I have tried it, yes. I I work on Visual Studio. I want Visual Studio to get better. It's good to have competition, but I want Visual Studio to get better. Side Gamma asking if I have any build sessions. No, I'm not even at Microsoft Build. Quite frankly, they didn't invite anybody from the community management teams to build this year. Nalian says, I know this is more of an AZD area, and AZD already has the option to use Azure deployment environments. Would be neat if Aspire gave the option to select pre-configured bicep modules. You can add bicep modules in Aspire, right? So if I go down into program, like, where'd it go? Resource. I can put annotations on it. ARM client, secret client. Where'd it go? I was doing things on this the other day. Where'd it go? Yeah, I think it's annotations, and then I can add bicep annotations to it at this point in code, in C# code. Not bad. I can add a bicep template right here. And reference and tell it, hey, go build this thing instead. And write the bicep by hand somewhere else. And then reference and say, hey, you need to know about this over here. So, options are available to kind of escape and get into some of that. You think original ASP3 should be the vinyl of web development? It's more of a personal preference. Nothing wrong with that. You're not going to hear me talk bad about Rider. Folks have tried to get me to do that. I'm not going to talk bad about it. They decided to invent another language. Yeah. Not only PowerShell, we have Terraform and Ansible. Yep. You look at Bicep as another tool option. Pick the infrastructure tools that best supports the scenario. Yeah. You love what it provides? That's cool. Hey, Billy, cool. Firefox Master Race? What do you mean by sends all your stuff to Google? Google watches what you do in Chrome. Google sends telemetry about what you're doing in Chrome to Google. So, like, Windows, when there's a crash, asks if it can send log information to Microsoft so that it can fix that stuff. As a Rider user, you say Visual Studio is getting better all the time. Yeah. And look, they're going to push each other. They're going to push it. Those two tools are going to push each other to get better. And that's a good thing for us as developers. So, when you upload an image to their store, then they own the image. Yeah. Yeah. Wake says Visual Studio's become really, really good with Unreal Engine. Cool. I'm glad to hear that. Other than the AI, what as far as tools or tech do I think will be there? Don't know. Would a new version of Bicep be called Tricep? I see what you've done there. Found Fowler's post on at Bicep. Where did I haven't seen that post. Yeah, everyone uses telemetry. Yeah. The telemetry that comes out of Edge is part of Windows, and it only ships if you opt into it. So, it's a GitHub issue on Aspire. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Finally got some feedback on that question over there. It's optional on Edge for Microsoft, but non-optional on Chrome. Correct. Yeah. So, all right, moving on. So it generated all this stuff. So this makes me feel good about what I'm going to end up pushing to Azure, right? The next command after I ran that azd infrasynth would be azd up to upload that. But what I need to do in order to make sure that this loads and has all of my information is here in Ingress. We need to update in here, and I need to add the custom domains, and it's something like custom domains, and then you list them here. This doesn't get generated for you. You kind of have to push it in there. So how do we do that? I started doing that. Let me go over to the Aspirify website content. Hey, and I should talk about that too. Yes, I know. Here. And I added them. Here's Ingress, and I copied in the custom domains here for Aspirify Net, Aspirify, and there's all these other things, and I don't know why it generated and put these in here. So I want to nuke and rebuild this again. Let me open, and I'm going to purposely open this in Visual Studio versus over here. Taking a look. Okay. So I found a bug yesterday. Conditional compilation does not... look, the preview is available now for the next Visual Studio. I'm not going to install that yet. I'm not going to tempt that on stream. You can't do conditional compilation with the Aspire app host file. I tried doing a bunch of if defs in here. Doesn't work. AZD does not honor those. Fine. So if we're I hard-coded some environment variables here if we're in development. AZD does not honor this either. So I'm going to just comment this out because it doesn't. So I wanted to use the tables and queues that are tables, queues, cache, and blobs that are generated and hooked up to this. So go back over here. I'm going to go cdev, Aspirify, right? And I'm going to run azd. If I run azd infrasynth again, it's going to drop this entry. So I'm going to copy that infra synth, and I'll repaste them back in. One of the nice features Aspire comes with, which one? Wait. All of a sudden, the Razer updater is installing things on my machine. That was lame. Yes, overwrite with the synthesized versions. Okay. Yeah. So, see, the ingress removed it. So I've got to copy it back in again. Really? You piece of trash, Razor. How dare you? So now down here, it shouldn't have. Now it doesn't have the connection strings. But I literally had to comment them out. It wasn't executing the code, it's analyzing the code, and it's just copying in configuration. Yeah, the if statement, it doesn't honor it. So it's not executing that code, it's just analyzing it. So I put that back in. This should not be here. It should not be trying to write an output cache. Run that again. In history, it'll be called the Razor War. Awesome. That sounds cool. Right, this is saying publish as connection string. It should not be trying to generate... Charles! It should not be trying to... Not Charles. It should not be trying to generate a container for that. Yeah, go ahead, overwrite. So it did not. Back over here in my web templates. There's my custom domains. Thank you so much, Charles, for the resub. It's just off screen there. 45 months. Thank you so much. And I'll make another donation at the end of the month to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Thank you so much. Ames Beckett. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah. So this looks good at this point. Like, all right, let's do it. I think we're ready to go and try and push this thing live. Let's add all the things. Last commit before trying to deploy. Okay. So back over to the website, not the Big Bad Blog, this one. So everything's out here that we've been working on. The crap. I forgot something. I forgot a couple somethings. We need to add parameters for the Microsoft account client ID and client secret. You know Copilot exists and you really like it, but when are we adding OpenAI Copilot to VS Code? That's what GitHub Copilot is. GitHub Copilot is the code-focused first version of Copilot. The first Copilot that was built on top of ChatGPT was GitHub Copilot. So it's trained to be that expert in writing software. So no need. Did I see somebody say that the Aspire versions are live? In which case, I'll roll back all the versions. Latest version 9.0 preview. 8.0. There it is. Let me publish what I have. Make sure it works. And then we'll upgrade to 8.0. Microsoft owns GitHub. Yep. I need to get the... Yeah. So let's... add parameter. Yeah. Microsoft client ID. It is a secret. Yep, client secret. That's a secret too. Yep. And inside, see, I'm going to need to kind of back into this a little bit. Here. On the website. Come here. I want to say with. I want to say with. Do I have to say with environment? Not quite that. It's more this. And these need to be double underscores. Do that again. Thank you. Done. Now it knows how to pass those through. But I need to put them in as parameters so that they flow all the way through. I have them saved locally. I'm going to come off screen here so that I can create those parameters inside of app host so that they do flow all the way through. We'll get them configured in production. So, we're going to get this thing deployed. That's what we're going to do. That's what we're going to do right here. No. Parameters. Yep. And I'm going to copy them in from where I put them down inside the web application. Ta-da. And the secret. Didn't do that right. Okay. No end then. Yep. I have to do the with environment. Let's just make sure that that still works locally. To make sure that those parameters flow all the way through. And then we'll get those configuration parameters queued up so that GitHub knows how to deploy them. Way too many snow cones. How you doing there, bald bearded builder? Yes, we are Rainbow Beard Day today because we raised more than $2,500, and then Bill donated here. We're over $1,500, and we're going to invite Richard Campbell to join us for a stream coming up. I am just verifying that the website works here. 1 second. Since I moved parameters around. Just double checking. That's Okay, I guess I can show you this. We can get back over here. If something doesn't go right, will I have the ability to roll back? No. No. We'll be toast. We'll have to restart. Redeploy. What are you waiting for here? Waiting for the migration service. What's the migration service doing? Failed to start. Why? I see what you did here. I'm not happy about it. Yeah, there it is. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. Because I don't have a database there. So we'll have to restart. See what happens here. Yes, wait till you hear how much hair Bald Bearded Builder has. Restarting, here it comes. Database is running. Here comes the database migrations. They're running. That should finish up. Done. Website is done. That should... Well, it's running. I should get... There we go. First log on. There's my invite token. This is going to be a problem. It's good that we did this. Haha! Look at this! The footer is trying to find a featured article. There is no featured article. We got to fix that. It's good that we broke things. Let me see here. Down in the code. Down in the code. In uninitialized async. Articles order by descending right here. Right, these are articles, so I'll just create a new article. Oh boy. No. I'll handle the null. That's the featured article, so where it does featured article... Here... Yeah. If there is a featured article, here it is. That should work now. Give me that hot reload goodness. No? You don't like line 144? Oh. Tartar sauce. It's working. Some folks already jumped in and responded. Awesome. Glad to hear that, Atalo Rayon. Is it going to give me a new login token? I'm going to need a new login token. It's waiting for the database. There it is. It's running. Why aren't you? No, there it is. There's the database right there. Wait. Okay, that's the database inside the server. Okay, we're okay with that. Why is this waiting? Because we couldn't get password. Oh man. We're not going to get done. We're not going to get this done. And the password stuff is broken. This does not work. I show you. There's a discussion in the Aspire forum. That says, hey, you should be able to use the persisted database, and it does not work. It does not work. Let me show you. Each time you start up the database, it creates and assigns a new password. You can persist that data to disk using a volume. So I want to persist my security information so I don't have to create a new user ID and log in all the time. So when you say with data volume, it's going to create and save that data to disk, but we need to persist a password. You persist by saying .NET user secrets set password. I've done this. It doesn't work. I have a Postgres. So the parameter I'm setting is parameters Postgres-password. I can't show you my secrets, but I can tell you it is not finding this. Oh no. Pardon me, I have a daughter calling me. Can you call me out of school? No. I'm using one of the previews. But this does not work. Where'd it go? Parameters : SQL password. Yeah, didn't work for me. Give me a second. I will show you. It is in app host. I don't mind showing this because we wrote this on stream. That's what I generated and saved to disk. So it wants to be PostgreSQL parameters PostgreSQL dash password. Parameters colon PostgreSQL dash password. Wait a sec. It's resource name dash password. Not the resource type. I was wondering about this. Nah, it's not him. Stand by. Where'd it go? Not app host extensions. Get rid of that. We got that working. Here. So is it security server? What folder am I in? I need to be in app host. Good. So it's all of this. Yeah, there's an expiration to that. So it's security server. Really? You're not going to paste? You're not going to paste. And then the value live chat rules. Okay. Thanks for showing the value there a second time. Really appreciate that. So let's try this again. That's confusing in the documentation. Hey, Robson. That's okay. So what's confusing about that documentation? Let's see, that should get connected now. No. Is that the hosting package doesn't matter. It's the resource name. This table isn't introducing anything. And it still can't connect. Yeah. No. Let's try just adding it for security also, not for the server, but for the database. Try it again. That's just it. The name of the provider, the type of the provider, Postgres, SQL Server, Redis, does not count. That's not what it's looking for. It's looking for the name of the service that you created. And it looks like it's not the server, but the database. It's the database. There. It's running the database. Well, wait a sec. No, hang on. This one here is where... No. No. I thought it was the password, but it's not the... I thought it was the database. But even in... This is confusing. this is setting SQL-password, adding a server called SQL. So SQL-password. Right? An alternative approach is to use the add parameter method. I don't want to do this. So it's parameters dash, and it's not Postgres. That's if the resource name is Postgres. But is it the server or the database? No data to show. Because it failed to start, it can't show me these things. Let's go with the call stack. Come on. Way out. No. It's not going to let me explore around in here, is it? No. Oh, boy. Password was delivered in the connection strings. It should be. Is it picking it up from my secrets? Right? I nearly knocked over my coffee again. Let's stop doing that, shall we? That's not the name of the password that it's trying to, the parameter it's trying to reach. I would have thought it's coming off the server. I have them both saved now in my secrets, and it's... I can't tell what it's reading. Take a look in the DB server object. Yeah. And it passes in security DB and not the thumbnail service. The migration service, it passes in security DB. So it's passing a connection string that points to security DB. But where's the password that it's reading? Is it reading the password for the server or for the database? Right? I'm specifying a data volume. I have a password set for both of these. Right? Just reset. Give me a new one. I can't. I can't look in it. Oh, in the dashboard, you're saying go look at it. All right, we'll take a look at that, sure. Okay. Postgres is started. PG admin is starting. And now the migrations are, it says running, finished. Yeah, I bet we had to flush it, is a bit of what happened there. And now I've got to log in. So the question is, which password was it that it took? Man, I don't want to think about that. So there's my login, and that should go in, and I don't have a featured article yet because there's nothing on the website yet. Try to log in with my stuff. Ta-da! And the homepage doesn't have any articles here. I know this, and I've kind of done this on purpose. That's fine, but I should be able to get to admin, and I can go and do my things, and I can interact with my account. Yes. And it should see. I should have a way to. Well, I can delete my personal data, but I thought there was a way to disconnect these. How you doing there, Chris Funk? Hello, hello. All right. So that looks okay for me at this point. Let's commit the changes. Yeah. That's not going to get everything. That will. Fixed footer on login. Now I think I'm ready to do it. Got a half an hour till the keynote starts. We'll do this update, assuming this works. I can't do it yet. Ooh. Whew. Okay. What was that? Chris Funk with the dono. $35. Thank you so much for that donation to St. Jude. No incentives? Much appreciate that. Taking us to 1545. Thank you so much. Make sure before you finish clicking out of there, if you have an employer that does a match, click through. There's all the information on Tiltify so that you can match and have your employer help out as well. Thank you so much for that support, Chris. Really appreciate it. 1545. We reached another milestone, and we will be inviting Richard Campbell to join us live on stream. When we get to 2,000, we're going to do the Fritz's Horses live stream. Meet the Fritz horses. And at 2,500, Scott Hanselman will join us. I need to clear out the configuration here because now I've got a couple connection strings that I need to update and pass in information about. Oh boy. Let's go into the settings. And in my... It's not deploy keys. Secrets and variables for the actions. There's a step you can take with AZD that configures the pipeline, and it lays out this AZD initial environment config. It also puts these other variables in here. I'm going to nuke this, and we're going to rebuild it. Yes, I need to approve. So it will regenerate it when I tell it redo the pipeline config. That wasn't my GitHub app. That was something else. There we go. Thank you. All right, that secret's gone. And I need to create a new... I think I have an Aspirify. What? What? I think I have an Aspirify application out here. I need that. I'm going to open up Notepad here so I have someplace to dump some of these passwords that I'm going to end up copying out there. The Funk family loves St. Jude and their mission. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate the support. I do as well. There we go. There. No.
Houston, we have a problem.
Um. Okay. I need to get to Intra. Can I control click and open that? Okay. I have an application out here. That's the enterprise application. I want all applications. App registrations. Here we go. Branding and properties. Here we go. Yep. Aspirify.net. I don't think it'll let me do that. Will it? I don't think it did. I'm not going to upload a logo yet. Homepage is aspirify.net. Terms of service is... I believe it's on terms, right? Did I add a terms of service? I don't have a terms of service. Okay, don't have one. I don't have a privacy statement yet. Service management reference. Whatever. Sure. That's Can I update the domain? Nope. I don't have it up here. No. We'll have to do that in the future. Can we save that? I guess it did. Authentication. Yes. Without verified publishers. Fine. So I'm going to add a platform. I'm going to add a web. The redirect URI is aspirify.net. Sign on Microsoft. I don't have logout set up there. Yeah, give me both. You wonder if there could be a virtual give camp for them sometime in the future? That's not a bad idea. I'd be on board with that. Okay. So I need... For this, I need the client ID. And I'm going to need to create a secret. There's the GitHub deployment. Description. Website log on. 180 days. Give me 18 months. Nice. I appreciate that you put it right there on screen. Fortunately, it's not the whole thing. Dear Lord. I'm going to go get my Redis cache. Grab the connection string for that. It's not the whole string, but it's plenty enough of the string. These folks heard me complain about it, and they fixed it. Now you can enable intra authentication to this. But I need a connection string. They also updated this so that you don't have to show the connection string in order to copy it. There we go. One second here. Okay. Just verifying. Terrific. All right, all right. There's like 3 things happening at once here. Hang on. Okay. I thought I wasn't sure. Yeah. Now we got Blizzard puzzle recording tomorrow. Fantastic. All right. Yeah, and shoulder surfing, folks. Yeah, that's definitely a problem. So I've got my Redis connection string. I have all the things now so that I can regenerate all the keys that this is going to upload. All right. AZD pipeline config, and this will now prompt me for setting up and configuring the environment that we're going to push out there. So it's going to initialize bicep, configure the pipeline. It didn't prompt me. It didn't prompt me. No. I need to wipe out all of those variables because it did not prompt me. Environment name, location, client ID, tenant ID, subscription. Friends, you're all going away. Yep. Everybody gets deleted. Try that again. Oh, I want to cry. And it's a secret. Can't see the value. But I can't update the value. Yeah. Yeah. Not only that, it says it wrote secrets, but it never prompted for the secrets. Okay. We're not deploying. All right. That's fine. These are bits of feedback that I've given the team. That I've directly asked them questions, and the response is, "Oh, just delete it and recreate it." Another response was, just create another environment. No, I'm not creating another environment. I've already got an environment out there that's running. I'm not knocking it down and rebuilding it each time I'm changing my configuration. Just add the new thing. Yeah. Copy some other strings so we don't paste anything. And it's not written anywhere in here. Because it's going to write. Yeah. Oh, wait a sec. I added new parameters. It didn't prompt for them because it doesn't know about those new parameters. Got to regenerate. Hang on, back up. Like, we're all learning this part together, you know? Got to regenerate, which means I need to keep those custom domains. I'm going to copy them into a notepad over here on the side. Back up. AZD infra synth. Because there's two new parameters in there. But the fact that there is no way for me to regenerate secrets does several things. I can't rotate my secrets. This is a problem. All right, so now do AZD pipeline config. Now it wants my client ID. Good, it's showing stars. Client secret. Good, showing stars. And it didn't prompt for the other one. No. And there was the value on screen. Hey, look, you censored it now. You putz. Okay. So I am stuck. And the values are not here. Nor are they in here. So, yeah, I'm toast. So, yeah, I haven't been able to deploy this application in more than 2 weeks, and a little frustrated. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna move on then, and because we've got 13 minutes till the keynote. So, yeah. Good time for our buddy Azure App Services. Azure App Service doesn't work with this. Does not work. App Service will be coming in a future version. So, yeah. This is what happens when you're working with preview versions before the release. Stuff changes and it will break you. And yeah. What can I tell you? Except I'm toast right now. And I will wait patiently. They're telling me go into .azure environment name and config JSON and delete the parameters here. Interesting. Let's try and redeploy. Well, try and rerun the thing. Okay, now I'm getting prompted for the parameters. So, client ID, paste that in. Oh, shoot. Okay, client secret. There's that. Connection string, good. It's finally prompting me for that. I'm going to double check. So there it regenerated those entries. Okay. Web templates. Look at all the secrets. I need to copy in my ingress again. For custom domains. And scroll down to the bottom here. Yeah, go ahead now, push those changes. Okay, it's not actually going to build. That was just updated. Good. The last update it says now. And let's try pushing it. Okay. Waiting. Oh boy. Yeah, drum roll indeed. Should have done a channel point prediction. Yeah, I should have. About to start. I hope you're more than about to starting. Yeah, there it goes. What the heck is it doing? What happened to the UI? Nope. Version of AZD is out of date. No. Job cleanup at that point. I don't know what GitHub's doing here. Why? Take this out. Let me grab that. Log in with Azure. My install AZD script. Well, first off, my branch is gone. We're going to change it to just Azure instead of the curl script there. And it would be really nice if it would just change those to spaces. It should do AZD provision. No prompt. AZD deploy, no prompt. Okay, but I need to change branch. See, Git, checkout, main. We're going to jump over to the Git stash. Git pull. Git stash pop. Updated AZD install. Okay. This thinks it's still running. So yeah, that errored. Cancel. Great, you successfully requested. And this never updated. Something's off on GitHub right now. And we will go over to the build keynote. Since we made our goal, our flash goal yesterday, we will be watching the build keynote. Yes, the pre-show is on. I don't want to join the discussion, but we will be watching here. I don't need you. Nope. Run AZD auth login. That should have been happening after install AZD. Right there. Secrets Azure credentials. So it's in the middle of doing provision, but I thought it was something's weird here. There, it downloaded 193 workload restore. It skipped this. It skipped the login. No. The environment Azure credentials or the client ID should have been provided. Client ID. Azure _ client ID. It's right there. It's trying to read it out of secrets. It read it from the wrong place. They changed the location of it. Do it again, Fritz. Oh, Silly Simulator. Hello. Hello. Give me 1 second here and we will welcome you properly. And this is not ending either. Welcome in, Silly Simulator. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for joining us, Raiders. My name is Jeff Fritz, and I have a rainbow beard today because we're supporting a fundraiser for the kids at St. Jude, the staff at St. Jude, and we met a $1,250 goal yesterday. So I've got a rainbow beard today. We met a flash goal, and we're going to be. Thank you so much. We met a there you go. You can see it better. We met a flash goal, and we're going to be talking about the .NET. We're going to be talking about the Microsoft Build keynote today, which is just starting over on the Microsoft Build site. They've got fun music going on right now. Listen to that. What were you doing over there on your stream, Silly Simulator? Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate that. A couple questions in chat. Null Ref Check asks, am I going to be getting one of the ARM Surfaces? No. I do not get any of the new hardware. I haven't gotten new hardware in a couple of years. The last time I got new hardware was last year, and I complained, hey, I need an update here because it's not running Windows 11. And they literally sent me a leftover laptop from a series of demos that marketing was doing. So the only way I get new hardware is if I buy it. That's just the way it is. Am I not Nova Troop asking not presenting this year? Nope. Full disclosure, I do not get invited to speak at Microsoft events. The only events that I speak at regularly are events that I organize. So, or a event organizer friend invites me to speak at. So, thank you so much for the raids. InSun, Bacon Bits, hello, hello. Bit of old school Roller Coaster Tycoon too. Oh man, I loved Roller Coaster Tycoon. Is it just supposed to show up on the homepage? Yes, it is just on the homepage. Yup. And it looks like they don't have a like full. They only have a full screen. Let's go over and we can start watching the build keynote. It's right.
I think that our industry has to have a common vision.
It was a time that connected us to incredible things.
Yeah, I get
My
laptop
name
leftovers.
for this vision is information at your fingertips.
And 3 decades later, we find ourselves in a new
Looks
era.
like I'm a couple minutes off live.
One where access.
Yeah. Get me to live.
Course. One of the questions I always ask myself is like, okay, this is great. This is like maybe the golden age of systems. What's really driving it? I always come back to the scaling laws. Just like Moore's law, helped drive the information revolution, the scaling laws of DNNs are really, along with the model architecture, interesting ways to use data, generate data, are really driving this intelligence revolution. You could say Moore's law.
So I'm going to be quiet for most of this while we listen to this, but I will jump in to chime in and talk about various topics.
We now have these things that are scaling every 6 months or doubling every 6 months. What we have though with the effect of these scaling laws is a new natural user interface that's multimodal. That means supports text, speech, images, video as input and output. We have memory that retains important context, recalls both our personal knowledge and data across our apps and devices. We have new reasoning and planning capabilities that helps us understand very complex context and complete complex tasks.
Says it's provisioning.
While reducing the cognitive load on us. But what stands out for me as I look back at this past year is how you all, as developers, have taken all of these capabilities and applied them, quite frankly, to change the world around us. Right? I'll always remember this moment in January 2023 when I met a rural Indian farmer who was able to reason over some government farm subsidies that he had heard about on television using GPT-3.5 and his voice. It was remarkable, right? For me, it just brought home the power of all of this because a frontier model developed on the west coast of the United States just a few months earlier was used by a developer in India to directly improve the life of a rural Indian farmer. The rate of diffusion is unlike anything I've seen in my professional career, and it's just increasing. In fact, earlier this month, I was in Southeast Asia. I was in Thailand, where I met a developer, and I was having a great roundtable, and he was talking to me about how he's using 5.3 and GPT-4.
Buildmicrosoft.com.
And he was using 5.3 to just optimize all of the things that he was doing with RAG. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, this is unbelievable. It had just
right on the front
launched
page.
a few weeks earlier. And I was there in Thailand, in Bangkok, listening to a developer talk about this technology as a real expert on it. So it's just great to see the democratization course, but we love to talk about, but to witness it is just been something. And this is, quite frankly, the impact of why we are in this industry. And it's what gives us, I would say, that deep meaning in our work. So I want to start, though, with a very big thank you to every one of you who is really going about bringing about this impact to the world. Thank you all so very much. You know, when I think about what progress we have made even since last time we were here at Build, we've built really 3 platforms. The first is Microsoft Copilot, which is your everyday companion. It puts knowledge and expertise at your fingertips, helps you act on it.
I don't like calling it a companion.
And we built the Copilot stack so that you can build your AI applications and solutions and experiences. And just yesterday, we introduced a new category of Copilot Plus PCs, the fastest AI-first PCs ever built. All 3 of these things are exciting platforms, but I want to start with Copilot Plus PCs. You know, we're exposing AI.
You already had a whole event yesterday about this. We know what this is.
For Windows. This week, we are introducing the Windows Copilot runtime to make Windows the best platform for you to be able to build your AI applications. Yeah. You know, what Win32 was to graphical user interface, we believe the Windows Copilot runtime will be for AI. It starts with our Windows Copilot library, a collection of these ready-to-use local APIs that help you integrate into your new experiences all of the AI capabilities that we shared yesterday. Now, this includes no-code integrations for studio effects, things like creative filters, teleprompter, voice focus, and much more. But of course, if you want to access these models itself, right, you can directly call them through APIs. We have 40+ models available out of the box, including Phi Silica, our newest member of our small language family model, which we specifically
don't underestimate the small models
on your NPUs on Copilot Plus PCs, bringing that lightning fast local inference to the device.
Yeah.
You know, the other thing is the Copilot
small models are pretty valuable.
Incorporate RAG inside of your application.
Sounds like only the left side.
On-device data. Right? Using the right tools to build a vector store within your app. It enables you to do that semantic search that you saw with Recall.
I'm definitely seeing more left than right from his feed.
These prompts using local data for RAG applications.
But it's not only left.
I'm so thrilled to announce as well today that we will be natively supporting PyTorch and new WebNN framework through Windows Direct ML.
How's that?
You know, native PyTorch support means thousands of OSS models will just work out of the box on Windows, making it easy for you to get started.
Looks like I had my pan set
in
wrong.
In fact, with WebNN, web developers finally have a web-native machine learning framework that gives them direct access to both GPUs and NPUs. In fact, last night I was playing with it, turning on an edge and seeing that the WebNN sample code running. It's just so cool to see it, you know, now use even the NPUs. Both PyTorch and WebNN are available in developer preview today. Let's take a
I can't do full screen because I'm capturing a section of my screen. I can't do full screen in the browser. They don't have that feature.
And these are just one of the many announcements today. We are introducing more than 50 plus new products and partnerships to create new opportunity for you. We've always been a platform company, and our goal is to build the most complete end-to-end stack from
.NET Aspire wasn't in that
to
list.
data to tooling to the application extensibility, so that you can apply the power of this technology to build your own applications. And so today I want to highlight our top news for this event across every layer of this Copilot stack. So let's dive right in with infrastructure. We have the most complete scalable AI infrastructure that meets your needs in this AI era. We're building Azure as the world's computer. We have the most comprehensive global infrastructure with more than 60 plus data center regions, more than any other cloud provider. Over the past year, we have expanded our data center regions and AI capacity from Japan to Mexico, from Spain to Wisconsin. We're making our best-in-class AI infrastructure available everywhere. And we're doing this with a focus on delivering our cloud services sustainability. In fact, we're on track to meet our goal to have our data centers powered by 100% renewable energy by next year. Yeah.
Okay. Did I know about what projects?
We're optimizing power and efficiency across every layer of the stack, from the data center to the network. Our latest data center designs are purpose-built for these AI workloads so that we can effectively and responsibly use every megawatt of power to drive down the cost of AI and the power draw. And we are incorporating advanced data center cooling techniques to fit the thermal profile of the workloads.
There's a bit of criticism that the addition of these extra data centers to support AI means that Microsoft is creating and consuming more energy. So they're covering that by saying we're doing things to push this onto renewable energy sources.
And server designs allow us to provide dramatically faster networking, remote storage, and local storage throughput. This end-to-end approach is really helping us get to the unprecedented scale. In fact, last November, we announced the most powerful AI supercomputer in the cloud for training, using just actually a very small fraction of our cloud infrastructure. And over the past 6 months, we've added 30 times that supercomputing power to Azure. Yeah, it's crazy to see the scale. And of course, we're not just scaling training fleets, we're scaling our inference fleet around the world, quadrupling the number of countries where Azure AI services are available today, and it's great to see that. At the heart of our AI infrastructure are the world's most advanced AI accelerators, right? We offer the most complete selection of AI accelerators, including from NVIDIA and AMD, as well as our own Azure Maya, all dynamically optimized for the workloads. That means whether you're using Microsoft Copilot or building your own Copilot apps, we ensure that you get the best accelerator performance at the best cost. For example, you see this in what has happened with GPT-4,
deploy the dashboard.
Right? It's 12x cheaper and 6x faster since it launched. And that's the type of progress you can continue to see the progress as we evolve the system architecture. It all starts, though, with this very deep partnership with NVIDIA, which spans the entirety of the Copilot stack across both all of their hardware innovation as well as their system software innovation. Together, we offer Azure Confidential Computing on GPUs to really help you protect sensitive data around the AI models end to end. We're bringing, in fact, the latest H200s to Azure later this year, and we will be among the first cloud providers to offer NVIDIA's Blackwell GPUs B100s as well as GB200 configurations. And we're continuing to work with them to train and optimize
nuke the custom domains.
Large language models like GPT-4o, as well as small language models like the 5.3 family. Now, beyond the hardware, we are bringing NVIDIA's key enterprise platform offerings to our cloud, like the Omniverse Cloud and DGX Cloud to Azure, with deep integration with even the broader Microsoft Cloud. For example, NVIDIA recently announced that their DGX Cloud integrates natively with Microsoft Fabric. That means you can train those models using DGX Cloud with the full access to Fabric data. And Omniverse APIs will be available first on Azure for developers
$4,000
to
per
build their
GPU to
industrial
rent?
AI solutions.
That's ridiculous.
We're also working with NVIDIA NIM industry-specific developer services and making them fantastic on Azure. So a lot of exciting work with NVIDIA. Now, coming to AMD, I am really excited to share that we are the first cloud to deliver general availability of VMs based on AMD AMI 300X AI accelerator. It's a big milestone for both AMD and Microsoft. We've been working at it for a while, and it's great to see that today, as we speak, it offers the best price performance on GPT-4 inference. And we'll continue to move forward with Azure Maya. In fact, our first clusters are live, and soon, if you're using Copilot or one of the Azure OpenAI services, some of your prompts will be served using Maya hardware. Now, beyond AI, our end-to-end systems optimization also makes cloud-native apps.
I'm trying to re-add the Aspirify domains, and they're not coming back.
6 months ago is when we announced our first general-purpose ARM-based compute processor, Microsoft Cobalt. And today, I am really excited to announce the public preview of Cobalt-based VMs. You know, Cobalt is being used for video processing and permissions management in Microsoft 365, helping power billions of conversations on services like Microsoft Teams already. And we're delivering that same ARMS-based performance and efficiencies to many customers, in fact, including Elastic, Mongo, Siemens, Snowflake, and Teradata. In our most recent benchmark data and tests, our Cobalt 100 VMs delivered up to 40% better performance than any other generally available ARM-based VM. So we are very, very excited about Cobalt getting into the market. Now let's move up the stack to the foundation models. Look, with Azure AI, we offer the broadest selection of frontier and open source models, including LLMs and SLMs, so you can choose the model that makes the most sense for your unique needs and your application needs. In fact, more than 50,000 organizations use Azure AI today. Yeah, it's great momentum. And it all starts, though, with our most strategic and most important partnership with OpenAI. Just last week, OpenAI announced GPT-4o, their latest multimodal model, which was trained on Azure. It's an absolute breakthrough. It has text, audio, image, and video as input and output. It can respond and just have a human-like conversation that's fast and fluid. It can even be interrupted mid-sentence. GPT-4o is also the top-performing model on benchmarks across a variety of modalities, and it's always going to get you to the best answer. It has state-of-the-art performance at understanding the information you actually provide in your prompt, because that's really what matters. What OpenAI demoed last week, I mean, that was just pretty magical stuff. And yesterday, we showed how Copilot will leverage GPT-4o. In the video I'm just going to play, notice that you can share your screen or session as a prompt in Copilot and have Copilot help you in whatever it is that you're doing. Let's roll the video.
That's interesting.
Hey, Copilot, how's it going?
Hey, I'm doing great. And it looks like you're about to dive into some
there's
Minecraft.
weird places
ready to
that
build, explore, and
feels
maybe dodge a few mobs.
out of
Yeah, I'm
line.
trying to figure out how to make a sword. My son plays this game all the time, and I have no idea what I'm doing.
No worries. I'm here to help you impress your son. I see you've got a crafting table in front of you, which is a great start. To craft a sword, you'll need some materials. Can you open your inventory? Just press E on your keyboard.
Yeah, do I have what I need?
Let's see. You've got some sticks, perfect for the sword's handle, but it looks like you're missing the material for the blade. You can use wood, stone, iron, gold, or diamond. Let's start by gathering some wood or stone. Shall we head out and find some resources?
Yeah, that sounds great. Oh my God, what's that?
Oh no, it's a zombie. Run. You need to get away from it fast. Either sprint away or quickly build a tower of blocks straight up to get out of its reach. If you can find a shelter or dig into the side of a hill, do it now. Just make sure it can't reach you.
All right, I think I might be safe now.
Cool. That was a close one. Great job finding shelter.
It's really cool to see that. You know, the magic here is that Copilot is your personal assistant that's helping you with any task, helping you stay, quite frankly, in the flow, in the moment, whether it's a game or a document or a line of code. And as OpenAI innovates, our promise is that we will bring all that innovation to Azure too. In fact, the same day that OpenAI announced GPT-4o, we made the model available.
Working from home isn't as
Azure
lonely.
OpenAI service,
Yeah.
and today,
A little.
I'm excited to say that it's generally available on Azure AI. You know, what this means, though, is that now we can have these groundbreaking apps that all of you can build using this capability. One of the coolest things is that now any app, any website, can essentially be turned into a full multimodal, full duplex conversational canvas. Let's take a look.
All right, let me ask the agent here.
Hey, it's Seth.
Hey, Seth. How's it going? What can I help you with today?
I am fantastic. I'm sorry, I'm in such a hurry. I'm going to go on an overnight camping hike where we're camping all this. It's going to be dark, cold. Should I use these shoes? It's the mountains. It's probably going to be cold.
Great, no worries. Let me take a look. Ah, those are the Trek Star hiking sandals. While they're fantastic for summer hikes and keeping your feet cool, they might not be the best choice for cold
Oh my goodness.
mountain
So, okay, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Pick the best thing that I should use, and can you just add it to my cart? Just one product.
No worries. Let's go with the Trek Ready hiking boots. They're durable, provide great ankle support, and most importantly, they'll keep your feet warm in the cold mountains. I'll add them to your cart now.
Oh,
ready for checkout?
I see that. Amazing. Muchísimas gracias. Espero que me vaya bien en el campamento.
De nada, Seth. Disfruta de tu campamento y mantente caliente con esas botas. Buena suerte y diviértate en las montañas.
Well, Seth was... Seth was in a hurry, but there you go. GPT-4o kept up with him. It's incredible. I really want to thank the OpenAI team for their partnership and really their responsible approach to innovation, helping our industry move forward. Sam will be here, in fact, joining Kevin in a little bit to talk a lot more about what's coming, right? Because that's the exciting stuff. How do you all sample?
We want to hear about
next?
that.
We also
shout out to a human being,
we're
right?
bringing lots and lots of other models as well from Cohere and Databricks and Deci, Meta, Mistral, Snowflake, all to Azure AI. We want to support the broadest set of models from every
I'm wondering if that
country,
Phi
every
3
language.
vision
I'm excited to
Fire
announce, in
feed
fact, we're bringing models from
will
Cohere,
work with my
G42,
hat bot
NTT Data,
instead.
Nixla, as well as many more as models as services, because that's the way you can easily get to managed AI models. And we all love open source too. In fact, 2 years ago at Build, we were the first to partner with Hugging Face, making it simple for you to access the leading open source library with state-of-the-art language models via Azure AI. And today, I'm really excited to announce that we're expanding our partnership, bringing more models from Hugging Face with text generation inference, with text embedding inference directly into Azure AI Studio. And we're not stopping there. We are adding not just large language models, but we're also leading the small language revolution, small language model revolution. You know, our Phi 3 family of SLMs are the most capable and most cost-effective. They outperform models of the same size or the next size up even across a variety of language, reasoning, coding, as well as math benchmarks. If you think about it, by performance to parameter count ratio, it's truly best in class. And today we are adding new models to the Phi 3 family to add even more flexibility across that quality cost curve. We're introducing Phi-3 Vision, a 4.2 billion parameter multimodal model with language and vision capabilities. It can be used to reason over real-world images or generate insights and answer questions about images, as you can see right here. Yeah. And we're also making a 7 billion parameter Phi-3 small and a 14 billion parameter Phi-3 medium models available. With Phi, you can build apps that span the web, Android, iOS, Windows, and the edge. They can take advantage of local hardware when available and fall back on the cloud when not, simplifying really all of what we as developers have to do to support multiple platforms using one AI model. Now, it's just awesome to see how many developers are already using Phi-3 to do incredible things. From Amity Solutions, the Thai company that I mentioned earlier, the ITC, which has been built a co-pilot for Indian farmers to ask questions about their crops. Epic in healthcare, which is now using Phi to summarize complex patient histories more quickly and efficiently. And another very, very cool use case is in education. Today, I'm very thrilled to announce a new partnership with Khan Academy. We'll be working together to use Phi-3 to make math tutoring more accessible. And I'm also excited to share that they'll be making Khan Amigo, their AI assistant, free to all US teachers. Let's roll the video.
You forgot already. Felt like I was in a place in my teaching career where I felt like I was kind of losing my sparkle. And I would just feel really
Do you need a powerful machine to run these models?
And
No.
I would see students that just didn't look engaged.
The
Teachers
smaller
have an
models
hard job, and
don't
what we think
need
we can do is leverage technology to take some of the stuff off of their plate.
The smaller models don't need a lot of power to run at all. They will load onto a GPU, but
New advances in generative AI,
that only helps run it faster. The smaller types of interactions you don't really need. What was that? Did I hear? Oh my gosh! Space Cat, not Space Cat. Wasn't Space Cat. With the dono. Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
We're working with
and you want me to wear the chicken hat for 30 minutes. I've got a rainbow beard and you want a chicken hat.
If we
can do that.
A small language
we
model
can
like
do
Phi
that.
Really well in that use case, then we would like to kind of shift the traffic
Absolutely.
to Phi in those particular scenarios. Using a small language model, the cost is a lot lower.
We're really excited that Conmigo, and especially in the partnership with Microsoft, being able to give these teacher tools for free to U.S. teachers is going to make a dramatic impact in U.S. education.
I think we're going to make them the innovators, the questioners. Isn't that really just why you wake up every morning, right? Because that's our future, our next generation. And to me, that's everything.
There we go. We have a chicken hat while we talk about build with a rainbow beard.
What Khan Academy will do, and
The things I will do for kids.
Soon to share more, and I'm really thankful for teachers like Melissa and everything that they do. Thank you very much. You know, of course, it's about more than just models. It's about the tools you need to build these experiences. With Azure AI Studio, we provide an end-to-end tooling solution to develop and safeguard the Copilot apps you build. We also provide tooling and guidance to evaluate your AI models and applications for performance.
There we
quality,
go.
which
Thanks.
is one of the most
Thanks.
important tasks, as you can imagine, with all these models. And I'm excited to announce that Azure AI Studio now is generally available. It's an end-to-end development environment to build, train, and fine-tune AI models and do so responsibly. It includes built-in support for what is perhaps the most important feature, which is in this age of AI, which is AI safety. Azure AI Studio includes the state-of-the-art safety tooling, to everything from detecting hallucinations in model outputs, risk and safety monitoring. It helps understand which inputs and outputs are triggering content filters, prompt shields, by the way, to detect and block these prompt injection attacks. And so today
I feel
we're
like
adding new capabilities, including custom categories, so that you can create these unique filters for prompts and completions with rapid deployment options, which I think is super important as you
I feel like
deploy
there's
these
a
models into
bunch
the real
here
world,
that
if an emerging
we
threat
just
is,
haven't hit
appears.
yet. That we haven't
Beyond
really.
Azure AI Studio, we recognize that there are advanced applications where you need much more customization of these
Building
models
just
for very
normal
specific use
web
cases.
applications,
And today I'm really excited to announce
line
that
of business
Azure AI
applications.
custom
I'm
models
not
will
hitting
come, giving
any
you
of
the ability
this
to train
yet.
a custom model that's unique to your domain, to your
It's
data,
just.
that's perhaps proprietary.
I forgot to set the
That
timer.
same builders and data scientists
Set a
will be
timer
working
for
with
30
OpenAI,
minutes.
brought all the Phi advances to you, will work with all
It's
of you
just
to be
not
able to build out
something
these custom models. The output will be domain specific. It'll be
that
multitask and
that I
multimodal,
need yet,
best in class, as
right?
defined by benchmarks, including perhaps
So,
even specific language proficiency that may be required.
oh, hello, hi, Mom.
let's just
Yes,
roll
I've got a
out the
rainbow
stack
beard and I've got a chicken
to
hat on,
data.
and we're talking about
Ultimately,
the events
in
keynote
order
here
to
that's
train,
happening right now.
fine-tune, ground your models, you need your data to be in
Teachers will cheat by
inspection.
having it grade their
And to
papers.
do so, we are building out the full
I don't
data
mind
estate, right?
giving
From
teachers an
operational
opportunity to
stores
take a
to
first
analytics
pass with
in
AI
Azure.
to get
We've
some
also added
evaluation on
AI
papers.
capabilities to all
I'm
of our
okay.
operational stores,
Yeah,
whether it's
rainbow
Cosmos
bearded
DB or
guy here.
SQL
There
or
we go.
PostgreSQL. At the core, though,
With a
is
chicken
this,
hat
of the
on.
intelligent data platform is Microsoft Fabric. We now have over 11,000 customers, including leaders in every industry, using
Neither.
Fabric. It's fantastic to see the progress.
Adoption's massive and the potential is massive. No, we're still not there.
Fabric,
No, not at all.
you get everything you need in a single
Take code and write the
integrated
documentation. There's a
SaaS
number of
platform.
websites that do
It's
that
deeply
already.
integrated at its most fundamental level,
Yeah.
with compute and storage being unified, your experience is unified, governance is unified, and more importantly, the business model is unified. And what's also great about Fabric is that it works with data anywhere, right? Not just on Azure, but it can be on AWS or on GCP or even on your on-premise data center. And today, we are taking the next step. We're introducing real-time intelligence in Fabric.
That's cool. Okay.
Customers today have
Yep,
more
Mom's
and
here.
more of this
Mama C#
real-time data
Fritz is
coming
here.
from your IoT systems, your telemetry systems.
So
In fact, cloud applications themselves are generating lots of
everyone's
data.
rushing in every direction
But
due
with
to it's an
Fabric,
oil rush.
anyone
It
can
is.
unlock
Gold rush,
actionable
oil
insights
rush.
across
Yep.
all of your data estate.
So
Let's take a look.
Introducing real-time intelligence in Microsoft Fabric, an end-to-end solution empowering you to get instant actionable insights on streaming data. At its heart lies a central place to discover, manage, and consume event data across your entire organization with a rich, governed experience. Get started quickly
this is
by
a very
bringing in data from
enterprisey
Microsoft sources
thing.
and across clouds with a variety of out-of-the-box connectors. Route the relevant data to the right destination in Fabric using a simple drag-and-drop experience. Explore insights on petabytes of streaming data with just a few clicks.
I don't have that
Elevate
much
your
data.
analysis by
I've got-
harnessing the intelligence of Copilot in Microsoft Fabric using simple, natural language.
So
Make efficient business decisions.
how you
the
doing,
moment
Mom?
with
Great to see
real-time,
you.
Actionable insights and respond to changing landscapes proactively. Allow users to monitor the data they care about, detect changing patterns, and set alerts or actions that drive
This feels
business
a
value.
little bit what they're
All your
describing feels
data,
like something I want to
all
be
your
able to hook up to
teams,
like Google
all
Analytics,
in one place.
right? So I can
This is
watch and see
Microsoft
how trends are happening on my website and be able to respond to them.
And we're making
Look at that,
it
Mom with the
even
hearts.
easier to design,
Wonderful.
build, and interoperate.
Mom, we got to look at the donations we got
Fabric
today
with your
for
own
St. Jude.
applications,
That's just
right?
tremendous.
And in
So
fact, we're
happy
building
to
out
hear
a new
that
app
and support the
platform with
kids,
Fabric
moving
workload
things forward
development
over there.
kits so that people like Esri, for example,
So
who have integrated their spatial analytics with Fabric so that customers can generate insights from their own location data using Esri's rich tools and libraries right on Fabric, right? This is just exciting to see. It's the first time, where the analytics stack is really a first-class app platform as well.
he's talking
And
very
beyond
quickly.
Fabric, we're integrating the power of AI across the entirety of the data stack. There's no question that RAG
Which tells me that
is
they
core to any
they
AI-powered
tried to fit
application,
more stuff
especially in
into the
enterprise
keynote.
today. And Azure AI Search makes it possible to run RAG at any scale, delivering very highly accurate responses.
And
using
I've never met the
state-of-the-art
man. I've never
retrieval
met
systems.
Satya. I've never had a chance to interact with him.
Supports
But
for,
sure sounds
GPTs,
like
their assistance API,
there's a little
all
bit of
powered by Azure AI Search today, and with built-in OneLake
a little bit of
integration, Azure AI
little bit of
Search
pep
will automatically
in his
index your
presentation here.
unstructured data too.
Is Azure AI
And it's
Studio
also
free to
integrated
use?
into Azure AI
I believe it
Studio to
is,
support bringing your
but the
own
services you
embedding
connect
model,
it
for
to are
example.
not.
So it's pretty incredible to see Azure Search grow over the last year into that very core developer service. Now let's go up to developer
I
tools.
don't see Azure AI Search as a core service. I have it integrated with Aspirify Net. If you do a search on Aspirify and it did deploy, it did not deploy the domain names properly that we worked so hard to get in there.
Of this generative AI
And it
age.
doesn't look
And it's
like
the most
my
widely
login is
adopted
working
AI
properly there at
developer
all.
tools, 1.8 million subs across 50,000
Even though I did the
organizations
whole
are
thing with
using it.
the logins. Okay, GitHub Copilot. We use GitHub Copilot here on stream all the time.
Developer on the planet to
There
be
it
able
is.
to access programming languages and programming knowledge in their own native language.
Yeah,
Think
that's
about
kind of
that.
cool.
Any person can
It's not
start
English
programming,
only.
whether it's in Hindi or Brazilian Portuguese, and they bring back the joy of coding to their native language. And with Copilot Workspace, staying in your flow has never been easier. We are an order of magnitude closer to a world where any person can go from idea to code in an instant. You start with an issue, it creates a spec based on its deep understanding of your code base. It then creates a plan which you can execute to generate the code across the full repo, that is multiple files.
I don't have access to
At
this yet. We
every
can't try this
point
yet.
in this process, from the issue to spec
Oh
to
yeah,
plan
he's
to
got a
code,
screen in front of him with
you
a
are in
countdown,
control. You can
and
edit
it's
it.
telling him if he's on
And
pace
that's
or behind.
really what is
Yeah.
fundamentally a new way of
Mhm.
building software. And we're looking
So
forward to
yeah,
making it much more
I
broadly
don't have
available
access
in
to
the coming
Workspace yet.
months. And today, we're taking one more big
So
leap forward.
waiting
You know, we're
for
bridging the
access
broader
to that.
developer tools and services ecosystem with
Right, I'm just gonna
Copilot
double
for the
check
first
here.
time. We're really thrilled to be announcing GitHub Copilot extensions.
Yeah, this one I knew about.
Now you can customize GitHub Copilot with capabilities from third-party services, whether it's Docker, Sentry, and many, many more.
Yeah, I don't.
And of course, we have a new extension for Azure too, GitHub Copilot for Azure. You can instantly deploy to Azure to get information about your Azure resources.
What was
just
that?
Using natural language. And what Copilot did for coding, we're now doing for infra and ops. To show you all
Joan
this in
Magnet. Oh my
action,
goodness.
here's
Joan, thank you
Neha
so
from
much
our
for the
GitHub team.
$25
Neha, take it
dono
away.
for the kids at St. Jude. Much appreciated.
Thanks, Satya.
And for a no
GitHub
more chemo
Copilot
party.
gives you suggestions
Awesome.
in your favorite
Thank
editor,
you so
like
much,
here,
Joan.
where I'm writing unit
And we
tests.
continue marching forward
Copilot is great
with
at
our
meeting you where you're
fundraiser
at,
for
regardless of the language you're most comfortable
the
with.
kids, the staff
So
at St. Jude.
let's ask for something
Much
simple,
appreciated.
like how to write a prime
My
number
gosh,
test
it's so
in
busy.
Java, but let's converse in Spanish using my voice. ¿Cómo verificar si el número dado es un número primo en Java? Look at that. Gracias, Copilot. Copilot is great at turning natural language into code and back again. But
These are hard demos to
about
do
beyond
because
the
they are
code?
doing them live
With the
and they
new
don't know
GitHub
what the AI
Copilot
is going to
extensions,
respond with.
You can now bring the context from your connected systems to you. So now I can ask Azure,
You got your mom a Michael keyboard, a
my app is
Keychron
deployed.
K10 Pro for her birthday and
I can
loves
ask
it.
what my available
That's
Azure
awesome.
resources are, or I could diagnose
That's
issues
awesome.
with my environment.
I need to replace my
And this
mechanical
isn't
keyboard.
just for
I
Azure. As
spilled on
Satya
it and it
announced,
doesn't
any
respond
developer
anymore.
can now create extensions for GitHub Copilot, and that includes any tool in your stack, including your in-house tools, keeping you in the flow across your entire day. Actually, 75% of a developer's day is spent outside of coding, gathering requirements, writing specifications, and creating
is.
plans. Let's
And
show
talking
how
to
GitHub
chat
Copilot
room.
can help with that.
Hey, Robert Tables, good to see you.
Live on stage for the first time.
Microsoft should do a
typically,
documentary on
my
the
day
day in the
starts by looking at
CEO.
GitHub issues. Looks like
That
we
might
want to
be
support
interesting.
a rich text input for our product description. Let's open Workspace and get some help with that.
I think they
Copilot interprets the intent
they
of the
did
issue to see what's
something.
required, and
Was
it
it
then
following
looks across
Scott
the
Guthrie a couple of
entire
years
code
ago
base
before
and it
Connect
proposes what changes
and
that we can
showing what
make.
all he goes
This
through?
specification is fully editable, and the whole process is iterative.
Using voice to
But
interact with code is
actually,
very cool
this
to do.
looks pretty good.
Marcus
Copilot
Voice
can now
Coder,
help
who
us
we
build a
see
plan on
sometimes
how
in
to
chat,
implement this
that's how
change.
they write code.
All right, that's a great start, but we must not forget about our documentation. So let's edit the plan and have Copilot update our README. And then we can even get Copilot's help in starting to implement the code for us. Now, this was just a simple example, but in a large enterprise code base, there are tens of thousands of files and dozens of stakeholders involved. And that means meetings, so many meetings. Workspace helps you focus on what you need to change. And by the way, as a developer, I'm always in control. I can see exactly what changes Copilot is proposing, and I can even get a live preview. All right, let's test out the input. All right, this looks great. So I can go back and I can edit my code in VS Code, or I can submit these changes as a pull request to share with my team. GitHub Copilot, Copilot extensions, and Copilot Workspace help you stay focused on solving problems and keeping you in the flow. Back to you, Satya.
Yep, CodeRush has been doing voice annotation and some other stuff.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much, Neha. I mean, I'll tell you, GitHub Copilot and everything that ecosystem is doing is just bringing back a lot of fun and a lot of joy back to coding. And really, the thing about staying in that flow is, I think, what we all have dreamt for and dreamt about, and it's coming back. That brings us to the very top of the stack, Microsoft Copilot.
Yeah.
We built Copilot so that you have the ability to tap into world knowledge as well as the knowledge inside of your organization and act on it. Now, Copilot has had a remarkable impact. It's democratizing expertise across organizations. It's having a real cascading effect, right? In fact, it reminds me like of the very beginning of the PC era where the work artifact and the workflow were all changing. And it's just, really having broad enterprise business process impact. It's lowering, I always say this, it's lowering both the floor and raising the ceiling at the same time for anything any one of us can do. Since no two business processes are the same, with Copilot Studio, you now can extend Copilot to be able to customize it for your business processes and workflows. Today, we are introducing Copilot connectors in Copilot Studio so you can ground Copilot with data from across the graph, from Power Platform, Fabric, Dataverse, as well as you now have all the third-party connectors for SaaS applications from Adobe, Atlassian, ServiceNow, Snowflake, and many, many more.
I have a custom database of data. Can you tell me I can use my database too?
Just a wizard-like experience enabling you to quickly incorporate your own organizational knowledge and data. We're also extending Copilot beyond a personal assistant to become a team assistant. I'm thrilled today to announce
Yeah, I've got a
Team
database
Copilot.
of data. Yeah.
You'll be able to invoke a team Copilot wherever you collaborate in teams, right? It can be in Teams, it can be in Loop, it can be in Planner, and many
I don't
other
like
places.
Loop.
I mean, think about it.
Oh, I don't like
right?
Loop.
It can be your meeting facilitator when you're in Teams, creating agendas, tracking time, taking notes for you. Or
The
a
taking notes
collaborator
I've
writing chats,
seen,
surfacing
and that's
the
pretty
most
cool.
important information, tracking action items, addressing unresolved issues. And it can even be your project manager, ensuring that every project that you're working on as a team is running smoothly. These
Discord.
capabilities will all come to you.
Integrated with Discord?
Preview later this year, and we're not stopping there. With Copilot Studio, anyone can build Copilots that have
Because Teams is
agent
painful. So we don't use
and work on your
we don't
behalf
use
and
the team
independently and
feature in Teams. We just use
orchestrate
chats.
tasks for you. Simply
So
provide your Copilot
in that
a job
way,
description
the
or choose from one of our pre-made templates.
we end up with channels that are just a bunch of us grouped together. We've stopped using the team channel features in Teams. Everybody that I work with, we just have a group chat open with a specific title, and we just jump into different chats. We don't actually use team channels.
You can delegate authority to copilots to automate long-running business processes. Copilot can even ask for help when it encounters situations that it does not know much about and it can't handle. And to show you all of this, let's roll the video.
Redefine business processes with Copilot Studio. Create copilots that act as agents, working independently for you. Simply describe what you want your copilot to do. Easily configure your copilot with the details it needs, like instructions, triggers, knowledge, and actions. Quickly test your copilot before you deploy, and seamlessly publish across multiple channels. Watch it use memory for context, reason over user input, and manage long-running tasks. Copilot can learn from feedback to improve. And you're always in control. Put Copilot to work for you with Copilot Studio.
You know, all around this stack is perhaps one of the most important things that we at Microsoft are doing, which is wrapping it with
Your company and several of your clients do the same. Yeah.
You know, security underlies
Eddie Dre does the same thing at their company. That's happened at your work also, Kayla. We just moved to an unofficial Discord server. See, and the problem with going to a Discord server is security. You're on somebody else's server, somebody else's infrastructure. Do you have the secure and user lockdown that you would with Teams? That's the challenge that we have with Discord. You've heard Americans don't use Skype, WhatsApp, or similar anymore. Most folks don't use Skype. There's a lot of folks that use WhatsApp. They'll use Signal. I love Skype. I use Skype daily. I've received a number of messages over Skype while we've been talking here. Yeah, I am 100% glued to Skype. It just works. It has all the features that you need. The features you don't need are in there also. Skype over Teams every day of the week and twice on Sunday. They're made by the same team. It's the same folks that build both. But yeah, I use Skype every day, multiple times a day. I take Skype calls every day. So if I'm not on a work call, I'm using Skype.
Already this new generation of AI is having an incredible impact. Thanks to all of you, the passion you bring and the hard work you put in.
Slack is not better.
And I want to leave you with this one unbelievable example of how you're all building a more accessible world, which means a lot to me.
Slack is more disorganized.
Thank you all so very much. Enjoy the rest of Build.
Than just the chat discussions in Teams.
Is something that enables me to be able to watch a program or a film and get as much out of it as everybody else who is sighted.
A white car drives down a road, hands on a steering wheel.
I see art as a collective good. I think everyone should be able to have access to art. Audio description really helps me.
Yeah, Slack fell hard. Where they were innovating, they have definitely dropped off.
There are limited amounts of audio descriptions
since they were acquired by Salesforce.
Media and entertainment.
Tech and AI have the potential to bring the blind and low vision community into the fold.
Microsoft stock is already up 4.5 today. Just touching 430 points.
Passionately opening up access to content to people in a way that they want.
Market likes what they're hearing so far.
The tool that I've made
It's an application
I'll take it.
that allows you to upload videos, and on the other end, with GPT-4 with Vision, and
Skype is
as
basically your
AI
youth after
services,
MSN.
you get
Yeah.
the video back
No.
with spoken narrations over the top.
Skype is very much out there, supported, and doing some good things.
This makes
Because
audio
Discord uses
descriptions
Markdown,
cheaper
writing code
and
samples formatting is just so much easier.
Our goal is to be able to offer this product as a
I don't know if
service
it's
for
in the
advertisement campaigns.
public version. I don't care about you right now. Keynote. The version of Teams that I use does do code formatting and fencing very nicely with a wonderful selection of code languages in a drop-down box, so you don't have to do the triple backtick. But it does do code formatting. It does. Teams does take some of the typical Markdown formatting and apply that formatting for you. Double underscore and it will italicize something. Double star and it'll bold something. It will do those now. I don't know when that was implemented, but that in the version that I run, which I know I get a little bit of a preview version because we Microsoft folks are a little bit of a test bed for Teams. I used to get the bleeding edge nightly version of Teams. Hanselman gets that. And he's always talking, "Oh, did you see the new foo feature in Teams?" I'm like, "No." He's like, "Oh, it just rolled out last night." I'm like, "Okay, dude. You're using a version of Teams that we don't have." Because when I was on the bleeding edge version, it broke so many times on me.
Good morning.
This is Rajesh. He's head of, I believe, data?
You heard Satya talk about the Copilot stack, the AI architecture of the future.
Oh no, experiences and devices.
Now,
Okay.
I want to talk about bringing that AI stack to Microsoft products. First, I'm going to focus on how we are expanding Copilot. Then Jeff Teeper will talk more about extensibility, and then finally Pawan Davuluri will share more on Copilot,
So
plus PCs and the Windows ecosystem.
none of this is. We haven't seen anything for .NET developers.
It was only a year ago at Build.
And from his explanation, we're not going to.
We made Copilot for Microsoft 365,
So,
generally available in November.
the .NET Aspire keynote isn't until announcement isn't until tomorrow. So
within Microsoft 365, we brought Copilot.
Like and this is where I see and hear folks suggest, hey, you've over pivoted on AI. We're still building for the cloud over here, and there's new tools for building and deploying to the cloud,
Nearly 60%
and
of
it's not part of
now use Copilot.
day one keynote.
And we've seen
I hear you.
adoption across industries
Yeah.
and geographies. With
It's
companies
not.
like Amgen and BP,
There's
Cognizant, Moody's, Novo
and
Nordisk,
if you're not in
NVIDIA,
AI, it
and
sure
many
looks
others,
like
purchasing
this
over
isn't for
10,000
you.
seats each.
But I want to make sure you know that's
added
not the case.
Over 150
So,
Copilot
anything
capabilities
interesting to look out?
startups
Something to look
this
for
year.
besides Aspire?
In addition, we continue to integrate
Aspire.
Copilot across more of our productivity apps.
Otherwise, it's mostly AI.
From OneNote to Stream to Forms to OneDrive and more.
I have no idea what these logos are on the bottom.
We also
What these
launched this
icons are on the
standalone
bottom
Copilot
row.
application.
I have no idea what that is.
Copilot has been embedded in Office, Outlook, and Teams. The Copilot
No, they don't have a
app
C# 13 session.
has all of Microsoft 365 embedded in it.
No.
And what makes the Copilot app unique and uniquely powerful?
AWS reInvent was stuff full of it last year. Oh, it's going to be full of even more this year. Oh, yeah.
More than web grounding, the Copilot is crucially grounded in the user's
So-
work context. Who do they work with? What do they work on? Their meetings, their conversations, their documents.
Aspire is
And
very
that
cool.
is the Microsoft
It
Graph.
absolutely
The
is.
Microsoft Graph represents the user, their team, their permissions, their organization.
So
It
I'm
represents their
really
context.
happy with it. Couple of issues
to
that I
note
run
the
into,
Copilot
but
is no different from any of our other commercial services in terms of compliance and data handling. Microsoft has no eyes on access, and your data is not used to train the models. So let's dive in and see how all
Yeah.
this comes together in the Copilot app.
In the Web tab, you can get answers to simple or complex questions grounded in live web data, all with commercial data protection. Now let's toggle over to the Work tab. Here, Copilot is grounded in Microsoft Graph.
So I know folks were saying, "Oh, Copilot's not the Copilot app is only available on Mac." It's built into Windows, you idiot.
By the way,
there's a button in the bottom right corner. You don't need to have a Copilot app because it's already there.
Microsoft account. Using real data to show you how personal this experience really is. Of course, you're going to see some redactions. I do want to keep my job. Now, learning to ask the right question is key so you can get the most of the Copilot. To help you, there's a prompt library to give you suggestions just when you need them. Let me start by getting caught up with the latest from my boss. You may have heard of him. Copilot understands organizational structure, so he knows Satya is my boss. It scans the latest emails and chats and files, and in moments, I have a detailed breakdown with updates that need my attention.
There is a new button on the Surface keyboards to trigger Copilot. Yes, there is a Copilot button where the right-click button used to be.
Propose a session title based on this very keynote script, which is a document in SharePoint, and to create a list of topics on generative AI to discuss in this session. Copilot has analyzed the document from my work environment and proposed a suitable headline. But since Copilot is also grounded in web data, it is able to recommend topics sourced from the web for me to consider. Now, switching gears. Since its inception, Copilot has been a uniquely personal assistant, as you've just seen. But we all work in teams, small and large, organizations, intimate and global.
Mm-hmm.
And we want to do more, to go beyond, to empower people when they come together. And like Satya said, today, we're announcing Team Copilot, the expansion of Copilot beyond a personal assistant. This will enable Copilot to serve and act on behalf of a team, a department, an entire organization, not just an individual user.
Mm-hmm.
Copilot will act as a valuable team member, improving collaboration and project management. Let's take a look.
Team Copilot expands Copilot for Microsoft 365 from a personal assistant to a team assistant that becomes a valuable member of the team.
Yeah.
It gets added to a meeting and group chat like any other participant, making it visible for everyone to interact with. Here, Copilot has been added to a meeting as the meeting facilitator, helping the team focus on having a productive conversation. Copilot shares the agenda in the meeting chat, and anyone can add topics without interrupting the active discussion. It actively tracks time, providing reminders when it's time to move on to the next topic. Copilot will also take notes during the discussion that anyone can edit or add to. And flags
remember the Windows 95 keyboards when they first were introduced with the Windows key on the bottom? Everybody's like, I don't need that.
Has been added as a collaborator
Now everybody's got it. And that was 30 years ago.
As the conversation happens, Copilot maintains an up-to-date view of important information for everyone to see. This includes surfacing an unresolved issue for the team. Copilot will also help the team work together to resolve open issues. Here, a team member
I've been able to do the summarize what have I missed in this chat. That's been handy. Yeah, the Windows key is 30 years old. Can you believe it? Yep.
Once the team
that came out with Windows 95.
Copilot automatically updates the notes
and it does. It works in Linux too, yeah.
And detailing the decision made. With Team Copilot assisting in new ways, the entire team will be more productive and collaborative.
A Team Copilot will be a valuable new member of any team. And these initial capabilities will be available to our customers in preview later this year. Now, in my conversations with customers, one of the top questions I get is, how do I translate productivity gains into transformative business results? And simply put, the answer is moving to a reimagining of business processes using your own copilots and agents and extending Microsoft Copilot. Now, Jeff is going to walk you through how our extensibility platform is going to enable you to do just that. But first, let's take a look at the Copilot architecture that really makes all of this possible. The Copilot, as we spoke, can recall and reason over up-to-date web knowledge. It is grounded in search. All Copilot experiences have this web skill. Now, in addition to being grounded in the web, it is also grounded in your data through the Microsoft Graph. And when the Copilot is in an application like Office or Teams or Edge, it also understands the application context. So for example, in PowerPoint, it is able to draft a slide deck for you from a document. The Microsoft Copilot is architected to compose or inherit capabilities based on the user context. And now, as a developer, you can build Copilot extensions at the data layer, at the experience layer, to further extend and customize the Copilot. And all of this is enterprise grade with tools for IT to
Yeah, 30 years ago, the Windows key working in Linux, sacrilege. What are you doing? We've declared war on that key, ripping off the key from the keyboard and not using it anymore. Thank God
And
I
I
can
would
take
like
this
to
off.
share two examples from ServiceNow and Adobe. For ServiceNow, as you know, ServiceNow
Back to the Azure hat. Ah, there we go. There you go, Space Cat. There, I had the chicken hat on for 30 minutes. All right. Much appreciate for the donations to St. Jude.
Responding to user prompts
Cruising forward.
Microsoft 365
Thank you so
with the
much,
exact
everybody,
same
for the
knowledge,
support.
functionality, and
$1,580 we're
as
at.
it has today in Teams. ServiceNow has included several custom zero-query default prompts to help users get started with the most common tasks without having to know how to crack the right
You use
text
every
out of the
single key, Kayla? Do you use the right-click key?
who are working on bringing Adobe Experience Cloud workflows and insights to Microsoft 365.
Yeah, they call it the special key. I've
Copilot.
heard it right. And
With
Alt
Adobe
is the
Express
meta
Copilot
key,
extension,
right?
users stay in the flow of their work in a Word document and can start a workflow in Adobe Express that allows them to create social content, select and edit images, and stage it for publishing. So, as we close out this first chapter, I hope you're excited. Microsoft Copilot is already
You do
helping
use the
people
right
save
click and
time,
even the function key.
be more productive
Well, the
and
function key,
creative.
you kind of get forced into.
Team Copilot expands
Kind of get
Copilot
forced
in
into that
meaningful
one.
ways, and then there are great developer opportunities for you to extend Microsoft Copilot. Jeff Teeper will join us now to share how easily you can build Copilot extensions. But first, I want to close my section with a video showcasing how Lumen is using Copilot for personal productivity, to enhance their sales processes, and connecting Copilot to their system using Copilot connectors. Let's roll the video.
Okay.
Lumen is a company that's going through a tremendous transformation and evolution to move from telecommunications to technology. Our goal
So
is to help
Aspirify
3,000
did
sellers
deploy
and
the
customer
website
success professionals
domain
shift away
names.
from transactional selling and move to being customer obsessed.
It did not go live with it, so I had to key those back in and get that wired back up. My login didn't work.
Copilot for sales. What takes sellers hours, they can now do in minutes.
Copilot and Salesforce for us, that integration.
So
People are coming to the table.
it came back with an error here.
They're armed, they're ready to have customer conversations.
I can show you that.
With these third-party data connectors, the seller would have to go out to all of disparate systems: Salesforce, Gainsight, ServiceNow.
I got an unauthorized client error coming back trying to log in, which tells me that I somehow have my client ID
We've seen an increase
set
in outbound
wrong.
calls by 40%. Customer outreach typically takes 4 hours. Now,
So I'm going to dive in there and take a look at
all of these
that.
third-party data connectors, that is a 15-minute journey. If we can give our sellers back 4 hours a week, it's worth $50 million in annual revenue, and that is math.
Let's see, what do we get here?
When you unlock people, teams, and culture, you unlock growth.
We're at an intersection.
Mhm.
It's time for disruption in this industry, and we are here for it.
Some of those folks sounded like they were on The Office. You know?
Well, as Rajesh shared, you will be able to easily and securely use your applications and knowledge to build co-pilots that help your employees and organization be far more productive and grow your business. And you can now extend the Microsoft Copilot
with your own Copilot, with handoffs in all
Oh,
the
it
Copilot
recreated my key
experiences,
vault.
as well as in Microsoft Teams, where you can reach hundreds of millions of users today for both the personal and group assistant scenarios that Rajesh outlined. And we are making building these Copilots even easier, from a few clicks in SharePoint to more advanced customization in Copilot Studio to full control of your models, your data, your applications, your actions, your experience in Visual Studio Code. So let's first look at what this means for end users. Copilot extensions run everywhere that Copilot is, the standalone experience across Microsoft Teams, and as we're showing here in the Microsoft 365 app. On the right, you can easily browse your installed Copilot extensions, find new ones, or build your own, which I'll show coming up. And how Microsoft Copilot works is it reasons over the user's prompt and maps it to the right extension. Or you can explicitly mention that extension like we're showing here. You're going to be able to drill into a deeper focused conversation with the extension, like we're doing in this marketing example, that has suggested prompts for quick actions and to just show the users the capability of your Copilot. This allows the Microsoft Copilot to have real-time access to knowledge and applications in your environment. Here we're using a suggested prompt to ask about a key feature of a delivery drone. The Copilot extension you build is going to come back with a visual adaptive card, bringing in all the information to avoid an unnecessary multi-turn conversation so the user can just focus on getting their work done. And again, these Copilot extensions also run in Teams, in one-on-one, in group chats and channels and in meetings, so you can reach all these users today. All right, this is build, so let's get to building with our first custom Copilot extension. You're going to be able to do this with,
Come on.
from again, a few clicks in SharePoint to advanced customization in Copilot Studio to Visual Studio Code. We'll start in SharePoint, which is often the authoritative source of knowledge and content processes with advanced collaboration, workflow, and security, all of which Copilot honors to make sure users only get access to information that they have permission to. I'm in this SharePoint site. I'm going to go ahead and select a few documents, click the Copilot, and right there, that looks good. I'll go ahead and change the name of this to the delivery drone. That looks fine. And just like that, I've created my first custom Copilot that you can use to extend the Microsoft Copilot. Let's go ahead and try this one out.
What was in those files?
This is delivery drone service cost. And we can see it comes back with a flat fee of $5 per order. All that looks pretty good. Secure, grounded. We're going to go ahead and share that with our team. And up comes the standard sharing dialog to honor the security in your organization. We're going to copy this link, go into Teams, paste it in the chat. We'll say, try this out. We'll go ahead and paste that. And just like that, in seconds, we've created a secure, grounded custom Copilot and shared it with our team in Microsoft Teams. So we're very excited about letting anybody create these secure custom Copilots, and this support will be available in SharePoint this summer. Sign up today for the preview. We're very excited about that. All right, next, Next on the spectrum, we're going to do some more advanced customization in Copilot Studio. Starting right from SharePoint, I can launch into Copilot Studio for my more advanced edits. And you can see all the information for the Copilot I just created is carried forward. So that's all there from SharePoint. And let me test this out by asking when the launch event is. And it'll return back that it's on June 20th. But what I really want is that Copilot to do work for me, not just answer questions. And so for this, I need to go into Copilot Studio and start by adding additional data sources in the Knowledge tab. Here we can add websites and files and connect to over 1,000 Copilot connectors In this case, our account information is in 2 tables in Dataverse, and so I'll go ahead and select them. We've got the information we need. Next, we move to the Actions tab, where I need to see if somebody's already registered for the event, and if not, send them a personalized invitation. Our event registration is managed in an external system, so we've created a custom connector to go get it, and you can see us configure that. We can tailor the action and input and outputs however we need. And then the second step is to automate the sending of that personalized invitation. We've built
No, I've turned the
custom Power Automate
audio
flow,
down.
so we'll add that as a Copilot action as well. And there you go. And pretty quickly, we've got a complex Copilot extension with content from SharePoint, data from Dataverse, 2 disparate actions, and we can go ahead and test this in Copilot Studio to see if Contoso's actually attending the launch event. It says they're not, and the Copilot conversation helps you see why, what's happening, and map that all through. We can ask a follow-up question, again, that's routed to Dataverse about who the account manager is, and we can see that's Perry Lang. And then we can ask Copilot to go ahead and send the invitation. Now again, what's happened here is the conversation was entirely generated for me, identifying and chaining together the key knowledge from Dataverse and the appropriate actions we added earlier with generative AI capability. Last, we're ready to publish this Copilot extension back to SharePoint, Microsoft Copilot, and Teams. And from Teams, you can search for it in the unified marketplace. I can add it to one-on-one or group chats or meetings, etc. And again, I can see this in the Microsoft Copilot experience, that same Relic Cloud Copilot.
What the heck happened there?
Experience there. So we're very excited. This is a pattern that
Like,
people are already doing
they went
today.
between 3 different
Let me
things
show
real quick.
you
Bah,
what
bah,
one
bah.
of our
And I was like,
customers, Walters Kluwer, who is a leader in information and software and solutions, is doing to enhance their tax and accounting professionals' workflow with Copilot. They're building a Copilot extension to enable their accountants to complete each step of their workflows, interacting with their back-end system, just using natural language with no context switching. Copilot takes actions on their behalf, saving time and cutting the process down from minutes to seconds. And when it's time to communicate back to their client, the extension helps close the loop, drafts an email, attach the estimates, and ensures a seamless end-to-end productive experience. So we're excited about all of you building these kinds of custom Copilots and Copilot extensions. Copilot Studio is now generally available to build enterprise-grade Copilots. The new capability to publish Copilot extensions from your Copilot is in private preview. And as you heard Satya say earlier, Copilot connectors are now in public preview, and they make it even easier to connect your Copilots to your business data, your apps, and workflows. Okay, last we want to show you how to build a Copilot extension as a professional developer with full control of your models, your data, your actions, your experience in Visual Studio Code. So let me go ahead and do that. So what we've got here is Visual Studio Code with the Teams AI toolkit installed, and we've loaded up a template for building a custom Copilot and using it as an extension. The first thing you see in the code is where I configure the model. You can use an off-the-shelf model. Here we're using one from OpenAI. You can use a refined model, or you can build your own, completely tailored to what you need. If we go scroll down the code a little bit farther, this is where RAG integration is. And you can see in a few lines of code, we've integrated our data. In this case, Azure's vector search capabilities. You can use any other data source. The Azure AI search capability is a great one to use. We keep scrolling down. We see the actions defined and registered. But here is where we go search for our product inventory. And you can see we've inserted a breakpoint so that we can follow this along, because I want to show how easy it is to do end-to-end development here. So we'll bring up Teams, where we've installed that Copilot extension for the inventory, find information for the chai tea product, hit return, and we're paused. Why? Because we've hit that breakpoint. And so we can go back into Visual Studio. You can see, sure enough, it's fired. And if I hover over the parameters, you can see the product name, Chai, has been passed to it. So this is incredibly powerful right from within Visual Studio to do end-to-end debugging
Visual Studio
across
Code.
the
Jeff!
Microsoft Apps,
Jeff!
Copilot, and your Copilot extension.
Ah.
We keep going down. Before we return that to the user, I just wanted to show what the UX looks like. Here's an adaptive card that comes back.
Yeah,
It's
people are
defined in JSON, but
spamming
you can
their
also see
LinkedIn
the user
URLs.
experience for that. That all looks good. Let's go ahead and resume
Tags app would allow
execution
that
from
to
the
be filtered
debugger.
out. You better
You can
believe it.
see that we've now returned back into Teams.
Silhouettes from Mystery
the
Science
result,
Theater.
And we've got an attractive adaptive card that gets the
Yeah.
user the information they
I
need.
have
does
those.
hand off
I
with
have that
Copilot.
capability.
So right in line, the user can complete their work. So pretty exciting. Again, full flexibility within the Teams AI library and Visual Studio Code. We're excited, just like with Copilot Studio, this is something you can do today, targeting hundreds of millions of Teams users, and very soon the ability to turn your custom Copilot into an extension will be available. And this is not new. This is something that hundreds of ISVs are already doing today across all sorts of experiences in Microsoft 365.
It's not
Teams, and
papyrus.
now Copilot. Just two examples are leading software organizations.
You want to take this for a
Esri
whirl,
and
Robert
Thomson
Tables?
Reuters.
I agree
Esri is
with
the
you.
market leader in geographic information systems. They're building a Copilot extension that adds spatial analytical capabilities directly into Teams meetings so that users can ask Copilot from Microsoft 365 a question about map data, and Copilot will seamlessly hand off to a
okay.
rich interactive experience with visualization in Esri's
Okay.
custom Copilot with all the associated context. Next up is Thomson Reuters, who's a leading global content and technology company that is transforming the legal profession with AI. Thomson Reuters is extending the Copilot experience in Outlook and Word in Teams for things like risk assessment, so that based on the content of the Outlook email, they can update the policy documents in Word and communicate those policy changes to reduce risk right within the Teams meeting. We're super excited to see what you do targeting this huge user base, and we're going to help promote and distribute your application through our unified marketplace, again, reaching hundreds of millions of users today in Microsoft 365 and in Teams. And one of the reasons this marketplace is trusted is IT has confidence in the full governance capabilities for their own applications and custom extensions they build, as well as the ones they will get from all of you building them in a vibrant third-party ecosystem. So to recap, we have a simple, powerful platform for AI and Microsoft 365 that you can use to be far more productive across the full spectrum, from something everyone can do in SharePoint to advanced customization in Copilot Studio to the full power of Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code.
No, come on, you shouldn't feel bad about access.
There's one more
They're not
thing.
going to rename it to Code.
We are very
That's not happening.
excited to make Teams a fantastic place for developers to work together with AI.
That's my
write
question,
better
Eric.
Code faster.
How do I create a
And so
connector
we've
for
got
other
a whole
third-party
set of
systems?
announcements around that this week at Build as well. First things first, source code inside Teams with syntax formatting. And get this, we wondered what would get the applause, and that was my bet. But wait, you should have held the
Yeah,
applause.
the other stuff
With
we don't
Microsoft
know
Loop,
about. Like,
co-editing of that source code right within Teams. But yes, but there's more.
Yeah, big deal.
Developers have asked us for a while for greater information density in
So
Teams,
what?
so you can
Editing
create
code
and
in
switch
Teams
to
does nothing.
compact mode to see much more content on the screen.
Like,
And you can be much more
so what?
productive
You're
with
editing
things like
code in
keyboard
Teams
shortcuts,
together. It doesn't
new
actually
slash commands
execute
for
there.
Teams. And
Like,
of
give me a
course,
way to push
developers
that
are
out
always in
back
the
into
flow of
somewhere where it
resolving
does
issues in
run.
Chat, and one of the features we're really excited to announce is Meet Now, so that right within chat, you can bring up a ringless call between members of the team and resolve the issue in seconds. And last, developer teams love to have fun, to break from the stress, so you can use custom emojis as reactions now in Microsoft Teams. And of
Teams
course,
is an enterprise
this is
thing.
building on top of a growing set of partnerships with DevOps tools. Jira, Datadog, PagerDuty, And of course, deeper integration with GitHub and much more
So Yash,
integrated with Microsoft Teams.
I'd love to
So we are
answer. We
very
answer that
excited
question at
to
least
make
once a week.
Teams a
I'm
great
sorry,
place
you
for
caught me at a
developers to
bad
work
time right now to
together
answer that
to
question.
build this next generation AI. The next chapter is how Windows is the best platform for building that next generation AI. And to show that, I'm excited to invite Pavan to the stage. Pavan.
The .NET stack is very good to get a job on. There's lots of jobs in it.
Thank you, Jeff. Good morning.
All kinds
It
of
is great to be
enterprises,
here at
big
Build.
companies
This is one
that
of
you
my
can get a
favorite
job
times of
with.
the year, connecting with
You're
fellow
going to learn
product
Python,
makers
you're going to learn
about the
JavaScript.
world's
There's a lot of
canvas
places
for
that use
innovation,
that.
Windows.
But
I'm excited
enterprises
about the
use
Copilot
Java,
extensibility that Rajesh
.NET,
and Jeff just shared.
and that's where you're going to
It
see
really
folks
shines on Windows, the
a
platform
lot of
customers
jobs,
choose from
and it's
Microsoft
going to be easiest to
365
catch on that.
and Copilot.
If there was a Jupyter Notebook
we've learned
capability in
so
Teams,
much about
yes.
how Copilot
How
can
about put
best
a
serve you.
Teams plugin into Visual
We're
Studio?
working hard to make it even more valuable.
So I can
with a
go over to
vision for
Visual Studio
Copilot
and bring up my team and
meeting
say, hey,
you
let's look at
right
this
in
code
your
in
workflow.
Visual Studio.
Imagine creating a presentation from a document in File Explorer, or helping customers troubleshoot their PCs using quick actions and natural language right in settings. We're focused on making Copilot even more contextual and useful across Windows. We took a big step towards that goal yesterday with the announcement of Copilot Plus PCs, the fastest and most intelligent PCs ever built. Let's take a look.
German companies are lagging behind using .NET. Don't know why. You're welcome, Sayash. But I go into that question deeper all the time. But it's kind of a bad time while we're doing a keynote for this event. But I believe you can bring Jupyter notebooks. They call them polyglot notebooks into Teams. Someone should count the number of times they say the word Copilot. I bet you could drop this video into Copilot to analyze the transcript. This is also being broadcast on YouTube. You can go to YouTube afterwards, grab the transcript, and just do a straight count against it.
Every layer of these devices, from the silicon to the operating system.
Yeah.
With the most powerful
You could do that.
NPUs capable of
And-
delivering over 40 trillion operations per second. This new class of PCs is up to 20 times as powerful and 100 times as efficient for running AI workloads compared to traditional PCs from just a few years ago. Built together with our silicon partners, AMD, Intel, and Qualcomm, and our OEM partners, these PCs will be available June 18th, starting with Qualcomm's Snapdragon X series of chips. Copilot Plus PCs are redefining what you can do on a PC and setting the direction.
So I was reviewing the list of sessions about a month or so ago, and there was literally a session called Building Copilots to Work with Copilot using Copilot.
With the power and flexibility
I'm
you
like,
need.
you're not telling me anything in this title.
As we define this new path for Windows in the era of AI, one thing that will never change is our commitment to openness. We recognize that the real value of Windows comes from the energy.
Yeah, I want to like record a video that answers that question, Sayash, so that it's easy for folks to find that and get that help.
Talk about how we're going to serve over 1 billion Windows customers together.
Eric says, where I work, folks hated Teams. We're a Java shop, so I have to keep my mind up. That's fair.
It takes reimagining the entire system from top to bottom.
Honestly, I don't use Teams for more than meetings and chat. There's all kinds of other things that it does. I don't use it for anything else.
Integral part of Windows 11.
Urban Blaster says MS Build would be so epic to attend in real life.
Whether you're just getting
So
started
I'm
or
gonna
already have models up
I'm
and
gonna
running.
double click on build
They
is
include the Windows
not a
Copilot
training
library, a set
event.
of APIs that are
It's
powered
a
by
here's what's
on-device
new. Let's
models
talk about
that
here's
ship
the
with
new
Windows,
thing event. It's an
and includes
introducing
AI
something.
frameworks
It's not
and
intended to be
toolchains that
training.
help you with your own
Ignite
on-device models.
used to be that model
built
where it
on the
was
foundation of
here's the
powerful
stuff that's
client
currently
silicon,
out here.
including the NPUs
Let's
in
talk
the
about what's
Copilot
great
Plus
about it
devices.
and get you
Let's
training,
take a
get
look
you
at how
leveled
the
up,
Windows
and
Copilot
talk about
runtime
some of the advanced
enables an
capabilities of
entirely
that.
new class of experiences.
They've discontinued
OS
that approach and
experiences like
instead
Recall
pivoted
that
to,
help
well,
users
Ignite is
find
talking about
anything they've
operations
seen on
things.
their PC.
You know who
Inbox app
who
experiences
talks
like
at Ignite?
Photos and Paint
The same
that
people
let you
you see
bring your
here.
ideas to
And
life
they do the
using
exact same
real-time
thing.
image generation,
We're actually
and
not going to
app
get
experiences
to
like
the
CapCut,
developers
Inseparable, and
in
DaVinci
any of
Resolve.
the
Some of
keynotes.
our first
We're going to have to
partners
wait
using
and
the new
find Amanda
NPU
Silver, Vice
helping us
President
build the
of
Windows
Developer
Copilot
Division,
runtime.
before we actually get
Looking
to
ahead,
people talking
the
about
Xbox team
coding
has
with
a
Java,
vision for using the
coding with
Windows Copilot
Python, coding
runtime
with
to
.NET.
empower
They're not
players
actually
and
going to
game
talk
developers.
about
Let's take a look.
writing code or using developer tools during this. They've been talking about low-code experiences. They're talking about AI experiences. They're talking about Copilot development experiences. These are low-code interaction experiences that are definitely valuable. But for us as developers in .NET, Java, Rust, PHP, Ruby, Python, none of this applies to us that we've seen.
Pretty inspiring.
So there's 2 hours of keynote here. There's 2 hours of keynote tomorrow. That's 4 hours of keynote, and none of it speaks to developers
By using the Windows Copilot
at a
runtime.
developer event.
Next, let's take a look at the Windows Copilot
And this is my
library,
criticism of
APIs
build.
and models that support
So,
them. Let's take the Recall
right?
experience
This
as
is
an
great. You're
example.
talking about Copilot
It
runtime.
relies on
That's
on-device
fantastic.
models deeply
How do I
integrated
use
into
that?
Windows to capture context
And this thing
on the
scares the
screen.
snot out of me.
That data is
Recall?
transformed into vector
You're taking a
embeddings
screenshot how many
indexed
times a
in a
minute?
vector store called the Windows Semantic Index. The Recall user activity
It is a
API
marketing event.
allows you to extend your app into
So,
Recall.
So Yash
The
says
user
Teams
can
is like the
jump
mail
right
app
back
that
to
Windows
where they
gives.
were
It's just
in your
there
app
doing
and
nothing.
increase your app engagement. In
When
the
you
same way
have
Edge and
a
Microsoft
team
365
that's
apps
using
like
it,
Outlook, PowerPoint,
it's
and
useful.
Teams already
But
have.
I use
In
it in the
fact,
same way that I
soon,
use Discord.
Recall will draw on context from the
So,
Microsoft 365 graph.
I don't think they use Copilot to make the
To build
title.
your own semantic index store, you can use the Vector Embeddings API. That makes it possible to use retrieval augmented generation or RAG.
So it's supposed to be similar to reInvent. The feedback that I've given them is that reInvent eats their lunch because
you'll be able to create on-device vector stores for those records.
these are messages for CTOs.
With the RAG API to enable natural language search in your application.
We haven't seen, we saw Jeff Teeper scan over a line of code and it got the most applause of the keynote. Nothing Satya said. Nothing that, I'm sorry, I don't know who this fella said.
To fully multimodal models.
So, yeah.
Like the recently
Yep.
released Phi 3, the single best
So-
SLM in the world. Phi 3 Mini does a better job than models twice its size on key benchmarks. Today, we're thrilled to announce
What do you
Phi
mean by key
Silicon,
benchmarks?
built from the Phi series of models specifically designed for the NPUs and
Stop
Copilot
telling,
Plus
show!
PCs. It offers lightning-fast on-device inferencing and state-of-the-art
I don't
first-token
have an
responsiveness.
NPU. I've got a machine I built
Windows is
3
the
years
first
ago.
platform to have a state-of-the-art SLM custom built for the NPU shipping in box. Now, let's take a look at what you can do
Show
to
me!
bring your own on-device models to Windows using frameworks and toolchains. It starts with DirectML, the lowest level machine learning framework in Windows, similar to DirectX for graphics.
We don't know
Whether
what
it's your
this is.
own
We don't
open
use
source
this. We
model
use
or an open source model from
Rust and Go and
DirectML
C#
helps you
and
scale
Java
the
and
breadth of
Python.
your efforts across the Windows ecosystem by giving you to-the-metal access
So you've
to
invented another
GPUs and
programming
NPUs.
language.
We also know that a lot of you do your development on PyTorch on Windows.
Yes,
And we're
Eric, you're
thrilled to
absolutely
announce
right.
that Windows will natively support
.NET
PyTorch
Conf
with
is a
DirectML.
conference built by developers,
That's right,
hosted by
pretty exciting.
developers, produced by developers, for developers.
Native PyTorch support, of course, means that Hugging Face models will just work on Windows. And not just that, We're collaborating with NVIDIA to bring these workflows to
Yeah, where did
over
screenshots get
100
stored is a
million
question.
RTX AI GPUs in the Windows ecosystem. Now that's incredible. You can download the PyTorch and DirectML developer preview today. We're also going to extend DirectML to our web developers.
That's great.
by
PyTorch,
introducing
okay.
WebNN on Windows. WebNN
What is
a
WebNN?
web-native machine learning framework. Microsoft has been working with Intel and other partners to unlock the
What does that
access
mean,
to
web
local
native?
ML accelerators so you can build performant AI experiences in your web apps.
What does
Behind
that
me,
mean in my
you
web
see
app? In the
QuickChamp's
browser? On the server?
auto-compose feature, achieving faster video composition experiences and cloud savings by leveraging the NPU through ORT Web and WebNN.
But I don't have an
Excited to announce
NPU.
that WebNN is available in developer preview today.
I don't know what this is.
Okay.
Like,
So that's a
yes, I'm
glimpse of the
very
Windows
confused,
Copilot
Robert.
runtime, how it lays a foundation for innovation, giving you the largest catalog of models on the largest ecosystem of devices, making Windows the most open platform for AI. I heard you there. That's fantastic.
Like,
As Windows transforms for the era of AI, we're continuing to reach the expanse of the platform, including all the AI experiences you create with the Windows Copilot runtime. We're delivering Windows from the cloud with Windows 365, so your apps can reach any device, anywhere. And we're introducing Windows experiences to new form factors beyond the PC. For example, we're deepening our partnership with Meta to make Windows a first-class experience on Quest devices. And Windows can take advantage of Quest's unique capabilities to extend Windows apps into 3D space. We call these volumetric apps. Let's take a look.
Workflows are transforming with mixed reality. Microsoft is partnering with Meta to bring Windows 365 and local PC connectivity to Quest and enable developers to easily extend their Windows apps into the 3D space. PTC has been working with this platform, bringing Creo into mixed reality in under a day. This extension allows users to enhance spatial understanding without leaving the app that powers their
I'm
work.
very confused.
Sign up for the developer preview
It does
today.
sound like WASM running it. What was that?
As developers, you'll have access. That's great to hear. As developers, you'll have access to Volumetric API. And this is just one of many ways to broaden your reach through the Windows ecosystem. For decades, Windows has been the stage for the world's innovation. With Copilot Plus PC,
MetaQuest doesn't run Windows.
Copilot Runtime, and Windows 365, we're going to unlock a new era of innovation together. Thank you. Back to you, Rajesh.
I'm having a hard time plugging in to...
Thank you, Pawan. And thank you, Jeff. Now, we've covered
not me,
a lot of ground
some
over
other
the
guy.
last 40 minutes. From the expansion of Copilot beyond a personal assistant, to acting as a valuable team member, to how you as developers can extend Microsoft Copilot with your own Copilots and agents in just a few clicks in SharePoint, to more advanced customization in Copilot Studio. You can use VS Code, full control of your models, your data, and actions. And of course, a phenomenal opportunity for developers with over 1 billion Windows customers.
Yeah, but they don't have
So I'm going
NPUs.
to close with highlighting another customer, Amgen, a pioneering biotechnology company that harnesses the power of biology and technology to fight the world's toughest diseases. We are going to see how they harness Microsoft Copilot in their mission. Kevin Scott, our CTO, along with some special guests, will round out the day one of keynotes. But before the video, let me just finish by simply saying thank you. Thank you for spending your time with us here at Build. It means a great deal to all of us, and thank you for the trust you place working together, building the future with us every single day. Let's roll the video, and thank you.
We are at a once-in-a-generation moment where we have the opportunity to harness the power of tech and biotech to revolutionize drug discovery and development, manufacturing, and commercialization.
We started with 300 licenses, and now 20,000 of our employees have access to Copilot.
In manufacturing, you're moving at a very fast pace. You have a lot of data coming at you. Copilot is one tool that allows us to synthesize that information and ensures that
Hey,
we can focus
Kylondo.
on what's
Hello.
most important, the production of that drug.
We've taken advantage of extensibility
Running on the
options
browser, not in
using
the
graph
server.
connectors.
Identifying
okay.
opportunities to use Copilot for daily efficiency gains and then multiplying those by
Yeah, the
100
Windows
or
mixed reality
1,000
stuff
times the
was
life of a molecule,
a good
idea
approach.
to achieving
Now it's
marketing
pretty much built
authorization.
with Unity,
Starts to give
published
you a
for
sense what's possible.
Android, and it'll run on the MetaQuest stuff. Some of the imagery in here, I bet they generated with Copilot, but the video, I don't think they rendered.
We have capabilities in our hands with these new tools in the early days of this new platform to absolutely do amazing things, where literally the challenge for you all is to go do
Hey, Sean.
some legendary
You're presenting your
shit
ML model to business next week. Do I know why you can't pass a GUID to a unique identifier? You absolutely can do that. That is Kevin Scott, yes.
When people are looking for food resources, it can be a humbling experience.
HoloLens is not a
Childhood
consumer
hunger and
device.
Food insecurity is a problem that we can
Is
solve,
is
and
the
we're
answer
using
for
AI
why
to
HoloLens.
connect those in need. We know
HoloLens
through
is cheaper
research
than
that
the
people
Apple
prefer
Vision Pro.
sometimes to talk to an AI agent, to talk to a chatbot, because they're
But
not
the
talking to a
MetaQuest
human.
at a $200 to $500 price
can
point
really help people
is,
get what
and,
they need
and I
with
have 3 of them
multiple
here,
resources in one
4,
place. And it's making it mobile friendly, which is really important. Most
is
people
absolutely
access this
something that
information via
is
smartphone.
consumer,
What we're doing at
and
No Kid
they
Hungry
missed it.
is ensuring that we end childhood hunger.
Around 2019, Brian started having some issues with his ankle. I was able to get him an appointment with a doctor, and he was like, I hate to tell you, but this is ALS.
How would I live in a world where my kids wouldn't be able to hear me say, I love you?
The biggest opportunities when it comes to emerging technologies is the gap that it can fill. AI has the ability to increase communication, increase independence. It's the next wave for accessibility.
What Microsoft is doing, their
That's it for my
voice-thinking
coffee.
technology really gives someone back that intonation and a little bit more of their personality.
You're considering getting a
Today we're gonna
MetaQuest?
play like a newer version of your voice. So you just choose any phrase and then I'll play it on here as well.
Hey, beautiful people, I am so happy to be
So
with all of you.
I use the Immersed app on here.
I'm so
Very,
happy
very
to be
cool
with all of
stuff.
you.
Why is it turning on?
I think this sounds
Very,
just
very
like
cool
me,
to
and I'm
use.
overwhelmed
I
with
did
joy that
order
my family gets to
their
experience this
next
part of me. In
generation
many ways, I feel like I am
device. Great, you're using Copilot to help him. I did order the visor.
Please welcome Chief Technology Officer
So,
and Executive Vice President of AI,
and this is dedicated
Kevin
to
Scott.
just running that connection to your PC so you can code and work with. So,
Thank you all so much for being here with us today. So I've been fascinated my entire life by tools and the power that they give us as individuals and teams to really create extraordinary things. In my own personal making, my wife sometimes wishes that the ratio of tools to extraordinary things was a little bit different than they are. But as a person who has dedicated
he's
their
doing a
entire
roundtable
career
discussion?
to building systems and infrastructure.
no, you don't need a
tools
Facebook
and
account.
frameworks
No.
for other developers
When will
make the
Copilot pay
things
us
that
for
they
feeding
need
it
to
our
make
data?
for
No.
whatever
You've published your
reason
data and made
they
it
need to
freely
make them.
available.
It's
Just like you posted that
extraordinarily
message in chat.
gratifying to see
You've made it
the
freely available.
really,
Just
truly
like you've posted
consequential
messages
things
on
that you all are choosing to
Twitter
do
and
with
LinkedIn
these new
and
AI tools that
Facebook
we have a
and
role in bringing
Instagram.
into existence. So I just want to thank
You've
all of you
given
so
that
much
data to
for
folks
all
and
of
they
the
have ownership
great
of it
shit that you have
because
made over the past
you
year.
published.
So, I want to give a call out to our friends at Share Our Strength. But it's not just the really wonderful work that we just showed in the video that folks are doing.
So,
Like as Satya mentioned earlier, we have over
um,
50,000 customers using Azure AI
No,
tools,
the visor is
Azure
not
AI
Meta.
platform.
Nope.
And like this range of
Wow, you
customers
watch your headset to watch me on
everything
YouTube? Oh my
imaginable
gosh.
from all different industry categories,
Visor
all
can be
different
something. So
scales of
Visor isn't
business,
released yet.
from small startups to
This
Fortune
device,
100
it's not
companies,
released
and
yet.
all different stages
There's
of
a founder's
exploration of
version.
how
It
to
says
use
ships
AI
mid
to
2024.
do
They missed that
transformative things,
entirely.
from
They
doing
missed that. It's
explorations
not
like
coming out
trying to find
until
product market
probably
fit, to
late
scaling
2024 at
things
this
where
point,
you found the product
because
market
they
fit,
have
to
not
folks
done
who are just
the
trying to figure out
introduction
how
to the device yet.
optimize and enhance the things that they've been doing for a very long while.
So
I just wanted to
if you
highlight
were
another
to
couple
order
of
it now,
things
there's a
that I
founder's
thought have
edition
been really noteworthy
that is supposed to be
collaborations that my
delivered
team has
6
had
months
with some of
ahead.
you all in the audience.
That's
we've
not
been doing
happening.
some really
That
cool work with
it
Etsy,
it is not worth
using
it to buy
generative
this
AI
at this
and
point.
the Azure AI platform to build features
But
like their
and
new gift mode.
it's
So we have the
$6.99.
CTO of Etsy here in
But
the audience with us today. Hello.
$3.99 with a membership every month. They charge you $20 or so to use the service that it comes with, or $1,000. But it's got 4K displays in it. It's got higher resolution displays than the Apple Vision Pro. Really cool looking device.
It's like super stressful trying
They're
to
finally
figure out
showing
what
what the
the right
power
gift
brick
is
looks
for
like
the
that
right
goes with
person
it.
that you care about in your life. And this is just one of many
But
interesting things
it's
that Etsy is doing with
it's
generative AI to
not coming out
really enhance the
until
experience
at
of the Etsy
least the
product
fall,
bring
if
to
not
life to their
winter, and
customers.
probably even sliding into
Another thing that I'm
2025
super excited
is
about
what I'm
is
hearing.
the work that Cognition
No
has been
confirmation
doing.
on any of
So,
that,
Scott
but it is not
and
coming
the
out mid
Cognition team are
2024.
also here with
Mid
us today.
2024 would be it's coming
We
out in
just
June.
recently
It's not coming out in
announced a
June.
partnership
They
between
they
Microsoft
are
and Cognition.
admittedly
Their product
significantly
Devin is
behind
like
on
an
it,
absolutely amazing
and their
tool.
suppliers have fallen behind.
So like if you can imagine
Did you see
for
there was an empty
yourself,
seat for
like some of the
Aspire?
most tedious
Yeah,
things that
no.
you do as an engineer or software
No.
developer, Devin is a tool designed to help you with those tasks.
OpenAI's copyright violation with Scarlett Johansson's voice, yes. They
Or as an engineer that I've had to
you
write
had a
code
discussion
or
to
lead teams
invite
writing
her,
code for doing
and she
things
said
like
no, and they
replatforming,
still did it.
and
Idiots.
application. And like
Idiots.
replatforming is like one of the laws of physics of like how we build software systems. Like it's a thing
Things
that
not
must be
protected by
done, but
law
like
are still valid from an end user license agreement. Yes. Have I seen Big Screen Beyond? Yes.
So like the incredible work that Devin is doing on
It
top of these incredibly
doesn't
powerful
give
tools,
the
is just really
multiple
extraordinary, and we're super
display
excited to be
capabilities
partnering with them and to bring all of
that we
the
have with
power of what
Immersed.
they're doing to Azure and having their systems and
So
infrastructure
subscription
run
to
on Azure.
get the advanced features
So,
that it comes with.
You know,
It's
I
a
really wanna
2-year
talk with
subscription.
you all today
So it's a way for
about
you to
just a
basically
couple of
spread out
simple
the
things.
payment.
What's driving all of this progress? Like, why is all of this happening?
You're waiting for the
right
day
now?
lawsuits will follow because
And so part
AI
of it
uses
is,
copyright
like,
protected
we're
content.
providing an
No.
extraordinary
Not all of it is, and if you publish something on the internet, you are granting people
much in the same way that it
access to use
changed
it.
when
So if
we
it's a
were going through
person
the PC
versus a
revolution,
machine using it, what's
where
the
Moore's
difference?
law was driving an
You want glasses that
incredible
expand your desktop to develop
increase in
because your
power and
desktop at home is
lowering
too
of
small.
the cost
That's
of
where
quantum computing,
Immersed
which led to it becoming
is really,
ubiquitous
really
and,
good.
you know, something that we now
So
all tend to take
Immersed
for granted.
lets you hook
Similar
up to your
thing
laptop
happened
where you
with
only
the
have one
internet
display,
revolution,
and
where
you can set up
networking
3,
technology
4 more
connected all of
displays
us
to work
compute
with it.
together and allowed us to do
That's
things that
really cool.
previously were unimaginable.
So
And we're going through one of those
they do have a no
major
sub version,
technological
but it costs
changes
$1,000.
right now, being partly driven
You don't
by a set of things that
you
we'll
don't have to
talk
buy
about
it.
in a few minutes. Just
If
the
you want the cheaper one,
incredible scaling
I mean, it's got
capability
4K
of
displays
AI
on both
systems
eyes there.
as you apply more compute and more
So
data to training them. But like before we get to that expansion of the frontier of the increase in those capabilities, like a super important part
yeah, you're basically
the
paying the
emergence
entire
of the
sub
new
up front,
powerful
and you
platform
get a lifetime
is
subscription access
completing the
to
stack.
the
So it's
high-end
actually
version
hard work,
of the
even when you
Immersed
have
application.
a piece of technology that is improving at an
So
exponential rate, to figure out how to do all of the things that have to be done in order to deploy it in real applications so that you can go out and deliver value to real customers who care about what it is that you're doing. And we've done a huge amount of work over the past year on the Copilot stack. It is both optimizing a bunch of systems
I'm still
to
waiting to
make it
hear,
cheaper
talking to me as a
and more
developer,
capable,
here's
and
what
it's
you can
also
do.
building that
Let me
whole
show you
cloud of capabilities and systems, services, and tools around the core AI platforms, the big models that you all need, and the choices that you all want so that you can build the things that matter to you under the constraints that you're operating under. So
Is the non-subscription one dependent on there being a cloud service? It, you can connect it directly to your computer. So it does try to it does validate that it is still using the latest versions of the tools and that kind of thing at least once a month. If you do use it wirelessly, it does bounce off of their servers.
And so you can apply this to everything. And I know many of you in the audience are building your own Copilots. So Microsoft itself is building Copilots for service, for sales, a Copilot in Bing, Copilot in Edge, Copilot in Windows. And the reason that we've been able to do all of this work,
Thai TV, that's the ethical question that needs to be reconciled by folks who are doing responsible AI. Like when you search Bing with AI, it comes back and gives suggestions, but it cites its sources. It comes back and says, here's where I got this information so that you can go and learn more.
A lot more of it build is like part of what the Copilot stack is allowing us to do is to unify the experience.
Hey, Stallone, you're a C# developer. Can I advise you?
Microsoft Copilot, where
it's the second question I've got. It's almost the exact same thing. How to get a job. Study, work hard.
Copilot just understands all of your context and delivers all of the
get a good understanding of different architectures, different spaces.
When you need it.
Become a subject matter expert in not just a technology, but a business. And then lean onto that space.
The Copilot stack, this sort of progress that we're making.
You're really good working with insurance companies. Fantastic.
Easier for you to build software.
You know how to handle claim information and work with that business model. Fantastic.
Of this AI platform.
How do we do that?
Where if you just sort of look at compute over time,
there's applications and technology and stuff that will grow and do stuff there. Don't just know the technology, but know a business model to go with it.
The very biggest models in the world.
It is the digital Wild West, just like it was back in 1994 when stuff first started showing up on the web.
Has been increasing exponentially.
So.
And we are nowhere near the point of diminishing marginal returns on how powerful we can make AI models as we increase the scale of compute. So we're sort of doing two things at once at Microsoft. So we are optimizing the current frontier and like building that toolkit to help you all leverage it, while at the same time investing at a pretty incredible rate in pushing the frontier forward. And so one of the super interesting things that has just happened as we're sort of pushing the frontier forward and like really driving forward on efficiency is what our partners OpenAI launched last week in the form of GPT-4o. As Satya mentioned earlier, GPT-4o is like a really stunning achievement. A multimodal model that understands a bunch of different input types from video to text to speech that can respond in a bunch of rich ways from text to speech and eventually video. It can respond to you or to the interactions for users in their applications in real time. And in the case of the ChatGPT demos that folks have seen, you can even interrupt the model so that you can have really fluid interactions with these systems. And then an enormous amount of work has gone into GPT-4o, both the model itself as well as the supporting infrastructure around it to ensure that it's safe by design. So I wanted to also just remind folks, like this efficiency point is real. So while we're off, building bigger supercomputers to get the next big models out and to deliver more and more capability to you, like we're also grinding away on making the current generation of models much more efficient. So between the launch
if the law was really against that sort of data use for training, you would expect to see some court wins already.
12 times cheaper to make a call to GPT-4o than the original chat or the GPT-4 model. And it's also 6 times faster in terms of like time to first token response. So it's just really extraordinary, like how much progress we're making because of like the full set of optimizations that we're doing, from the silicon that we're building, networks, data center optimization,
I know
as well as
ChatGPT and OpenAI and Azure OpenAI are the big products they're selling.
To really
But
tune the performance of these systems.
can we talk a little more about just how productive you can be using the Phi model?
That I want to land with you all today.
Like, this is what stockholders and the press want to hear what this guy's talking about right now. As a developer, pushing and working with the Phi model, because that can be deployed and run easily on commercial devices. Show me what I can do with that so I know where my limit is that I can do for free running locally. And then turn up and say, okay, now you need more.
I just want to show a little.
Here's a mid-grade one before you get to the big 30 petabyte open AI ChatGPT version and swatting with a sledgehammer. Oh, it's Jennifer Marsman. It's Jennifer. We know Jennifer.
For example, are you getting an error message, or is the code not doing what you expect it to do?
That sounds like a. That doesn't sound like a.
It looks like you're working on a Python.
These don't sound like the machine-generated voices.
What I'm trying to do is go
That's
through a list of
Jennifer. Yeah.
and summarize all of their work. And my problem is that I wanted to just add Kevin's name to the end of the keynote list.
Oh no,
it added
Kai, the
instead of just his full name. What did I do wrong?
the keynotes at Microsoft events have become more and more of shareholder meeting.
Keynote list dot append.
Oh yeah.
This will add Kevin as a single element to your list, just like Satya and Rajesh.
Ooh, that sounds good. Let me try that.
No, it doesn't.
Sounds good. Give it a go.
Yanescu,
and
you're
let me
wrong.
know how it works.
I've got to call that out. You're wrong.
Okay, I replaced extend with append. Does that look right?
Yes, that looks better.
All right, I made
don't-
that change. Let me run it and try.
Sounds good. Let's see how it goes.
It worked. Satya, Rajesh, and Kevin all came out.
Awesome. I'm glad it worked out.
I don't-
Sometimes the smallest things can trip us up, especially when we're sleep deprived.
Thank you.
So, yeah. I mean,
It didn't show all of the code in the
I should
phone.
say, by the way, that Jennifer would never make that actual mistake in writing a Python application, but Kevin might. So, like, this is all giving me hope that a rusty old CTO might one day be able to program again if the need arose. But I do want to make sure that we're paying attention to like just how much has changed over the past year. I mean, like what
Having to use a second device to use AI to look at my code feels like a stretch to me.
Not a tortured demo.
Can't wait for apps and websites to have their own proprietary AI with access to microphone and camera. Yeah. Feels weird.
Jennifer showed me this, and then she just recorded this demo. Like, this is just crazy that it works this well. So another set of things that have been really making a huge amount of
I'm not sure what he's telling us that's different.
Like what's possible with smaller models.
This is what I want to hear.
Been working for a while on this series of models called Phi that are small language models. So Satya chatted a little bit about this in his keynote earlier. And the way that we think about Phi is just imagine an efficient frontier. And so usually when you're building these models, you're trading a couple of things off. So you can trade size off, which is related to performance and cost and a whole bunch of other things.
Yeah, why a second device? Why not?
So the smaller the model is, like the cheaper it is to do inference and like the less compute that you need to actually run the model. So small models are more amenable to running on devices. But it usually means that you have to take a hit on quality. And like what we're discovering, in particular over the past year, is that there's this notion of an efficient frontier. So we don't even show the GPT-4.0 point on this slide. It would be like way, way, way off to the right, just in terms of the size. So like if you want extreme levels of quality and performance, like the frontier model is your friend. But in some cases, like you may want to choose one of these other models somewhere else on this efficient frontier where the trade-off that you're making between cost to serve or latency or locality is acceptable given the quality that you can get. And the very interesting thing that's been happening over the past year is the quality that you're able to achieve in these small models is getting pretty high. So I just wanted to show this as an illustration. So like, you know, remember back ancient history to the launch of ChatGPT in November of 2022. So ChatGPT launched on top of GPT 3.5. And so like everybody was just absolutely gobsmacked at what was possible with GPT 3.5. I mean, just a sort of a stunning revolutionary thing that happened. We fast forward a few months to March 2023, and
I don't need the history lesson.
Gets an upgrade to GPT-4, which is even more extraordinary what it's able to do. Like you're able to ask extremely complicated questions of these things and get very rich, interesting, compelling completions. So fast forward to today, and like you can sort of see that a version of Phi-3 optimized to run on a mobile phone can respond to a prompt just like ChatGPT could just a year or so ago with responses that are sort of equivalent. And like this is not arguing that, you know, Phi-3
I was doing that for a while, Robert Tables.
As powerful as GPT-4. It is not. But the way that you all should be thinking about it is, in many cases, these models can be appropriate to use for
Don't look at the pricing page.
When you have
the pricing pages are just as confusing. Actually go into the Azure portal, click Create, and see the numbers it quotes for you when you choose a service.
Really motivate why this matters with the following example.
Then it becomes a little bit easier to tell what's going on.
The partnership that Microsoft has formed with Khan Academy. And Khan Academy's mission is really interesting and important. Like they are trying to ensure that every learner
you're gonna go talk about Khan Academy, blah blah blah. Right, like let me go back over here. Here's my blog running on App Service. Okay. Down here in my app service plan, right, I'll jump over to the app service plan, right, so the app service plan, think of it as the machine that has several applications running in it. I can go down into scale up, and it will show me here are the capabilities available to you and how much they cost.
And the challenge
how did I get onto this one?
Like this is that you have to
but I can choose how much CPU do you want, how many CPUs do you want, how much memory, how much storage, so on and so forth, and it will give you better, clearer prices for exactly what it is that you're deploying. Same thing on building a database. Like building a database, I think is really clear exactly how it's doing it. So I'll jump into this one. Postgres database. Like I'm not actually showing you what's in it, but this is a project I'm working on. And it'll show me I have a configuration here for compute and storage. And it shows me as I choose how much space I want, how much performance I want, and it'll show me, well, based on those features, here's how much this thing costs. And it becomes a lot clearer exactly what it is. They are almost the same price. Yeah. Right. They're competing with each other. They're watching each other.
This is amazing, and leaned all the way in. Can you explain a little bit about what drove your first reaction to this new technology?
Yeah, you know, some of you all know how Khan Academy got started. If you go almost 20 years ago, it started with
all right, I don't need to hear these guys talking about how does Khan Academy work? Why do you teach people? Yeah. All right, whatever. So, it was cool to tune in and watch a bit of the keynote. They're doing panel discussion things at this point, and that's not something that I'm up for. But Aspirify.net did deploy. It is running. I think there's the application. I don't think, well, is it using the new connection string over to my other output cache so I can get rid of this container app? Let me just take a look at that real quick, and then we'll wrap things up and call it a day here. So if I go down to secrets here, Look at them all. Connection strings output cache. Click to show value. Let me just pivot away from here just in case, because it is going to show the value. Yes, that is my Redis cache. Fantastic. So I'm going to be able to delete. Let me come back. So, do not invite Robert Tables to D&D. I hear he does a fine job as a storyteller, as a dungeon master for D&D. So I'm going to go back up, and I'm going to delete the container app for the Redis output cache that's out here. This one. I believe I can delete that now. Actually, I have to go into it, I guess. Whatever. Yep. Goodbye. Because that doesn't run anymore. Output cache. So I should be able to go into Redis Insight. I have a connection already set up to go to my other cache store, Redis Cache on Azure. So big bad output cache I was working with locally, but here's my Redis cache that I use. And lots of entries now, but there you can see there's already Aspirify content on the Redis cache. Yeah. So the pages are loading. They're cached out there for a lot of time. And I'm back down to using one Redis cache for all these things because it's only using 11 meg. It's only using 11 meg. On provision 250, so I've got like 3 applications that are using this Redis cache. Go for it. Go for it. Be my guest. And some of these pages, look, the RSS is 40K out here for my RSS feed. Fine by me. Fine by me. So I like it. All right, let me wrap it up. Let me call it a day here. We've gone through a lot. We have. It's been a lot of fun. I still have a rainbow beard. I'm going to have it for the rest of the day. I'm going to go into a meeting here with some marketing folks in about a half an hour. Thank you so much for watching the Build keynote with me. Lots happening. .NET Aspire is now RTM. It's available for everybody to use. In the release to many, I don't have this hat cataloged. We had some great donations today to St. Jude. Thank you so much for those donations. We crossed another milestone. We're going to be inviting our friend Richard Campbell to join us on stream. He's always a lot of fun to talk to. I am off tomorrow. I am not streaming tomorrow, but I'll be back Thursday with some more content, some more stuff for us to talk about, build, and move forward on. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network that I can get you connected to. If you're watching on YouTube, I've got tons of great videos available for you down here or over there. Depends on how you're watching the stream, what tool you're using. Let me get you connected. We were talking about Code Rushed. Let's join over to him and learn a little bit more about some of the developer tools he's building. Fantastic being with you today. Like I said, I'll be back Thursday. Have a great rest of your day. Enjoy watching Microsoft Build, and I'll see you Thursday. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care.